data-driven digital single market in Africa. So I kindly propose that we wait 5 minutes to have more participants, and we shall start within 5 minutes. Thank you. And also to enable online speakers to be connected, since we have on-site panelists, and also we have 3 panelists that will join us virtually. So we shall start within 5 minutes. Thank you. Morning. I think we shall start because we have only 1 hour, and also we are aware that most of our panelists, they have other sessions. So my name is Suhila Amazuz. I am Senior Policy Officer from the African Union Commission. We are organizing this session on digital trade and data governance with support of our partner GIZ. We have today 7 panelists, high-level panelists, that will share their perspectives and thoughts on how Africa can work towards enhancing digital trade and also facilitating cross-border digital trade. So from the AUC side, we have made some progress these last years. We have developed the digital transformation strategy for 2020-2030 that has as a main objective is to achieve this digital single market in Africa, and this in line with Agenda 2063 development and integration agenda. We have also developed last year a data policy framework and also an interoperability framework for digital ID that aim to strengthen our capacities in managing our data and also facilitating movement of people and goods across the continent. At present, we are working with collaboration with all regional organizations and in close collaboration with UNECA for development of an harmonization strategy to create an enabling environment for the creation of digital single market in Africa. So as I mentioned, we have today 7 panelists. We have with us, I will follow the alphabetic order. So we have Dr. Ifi Ogo online. I hope she is connected. She is a regional coordination specialist for the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who is Director for Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources from the UNECA. We have Mr. John Omo, who is the Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union. We have Mr. Kenneth Muhangi, who is lecturer at the University of Uganda. And we have with us Mr. Daniel Morenzi, who is Principal Information Officer at East Africa Community. From the FDB, we have Mr. Samatar Elmi, who is Chief Specialist on Africa on ICT. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Talkmore Chidide, who is a digital trade expert from the AFCA Secretariat. So I think we aim to have interactive sessions, so we will give our panelists the opportunity to respond to one question within 5 minutes maximum, and we will have the opportunity to take questions and comments from the floor. So we aim to open the discussion about what needs to be done in Africa in order to really to come up with agreements, with consensus, with a common approach on how to regulate and to manage cross-border data flow to enable the intra-Africa digital trade. So the first question will be addressed to Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who is director within UNECA, our host today. So Mr. Adam, the FCFTA has a high ambition trade agreement for Africa with comprehensive scope that includes critical areas such as digital economy and digital trade. From your perspective, what are maybe the key policy interventions and actions that we need to take at continental level in order to boost and enable intra-Africa digital trade? Mr. Adam, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Soya, and good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you so much for involving the Economic Commission for Africa in this very important discussion. And I'd like to also recognize and congratulate the African Union for the exemplary partnership and for the leadership being displayed. In particular, we know that the template in terms of policies for implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area is the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy adopted in 2020. Because digital transformation is the tool that will allow the acceleration of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Business as usual is not an option. Now, what we need to do in the context, particularly of the AFCFTA, is to be able to translate the promise of the AFCFTA into concrete actions. And I think we are still at the stage where there is perhaps a gap between the promise, the potential, and the actual implementation. But I would like to start by saying we should never waste a good crisis. And unfortunately, we have too many crises right now. We have the COVID-19 pandemic, which many African countries are still recovering from. We have the food and energy crisis, which is associated with the war in Ukraine. And we have the continuation of the climate crisis, which is costing African countries 5% of GDP. So all of these issues mean that we have to change the model of the economic model, and I think digital technologies will be key to that. The COVID-19 pandemic has actually shown that in Africa, despite some of the challenges, there has been a positive response. In a survey that ECA conducted in 2021, we saw that 65% of companies that responded to the survey had said that they had accelerated their digital transition in response to the implications of the crisis. In 2021, there was also a record year for investment in Africa tech startups, 2.15 billion US dollars. Some cynics may say this is despite the roles of governments and institutions, but it shows that the direction of travel, and in terms of the focus of where we need to address efforts, certainly the policy challenges within the AFCFTA need to be addressed. And there are a number of regulatory challenges that we must address. First of all, we need to address the issue of infrastructure and connectivity. We need to also address the issue of electronic transactions and payment systems. We need to also address all potential barriers that exist for digitally enabled services. Again, the survey that ECA undertook showed that there are relatively there are not so many restrictions that we might think in Africa, but and I stress this is overall, but we are hampered by the lack of connectivity, and we are hampered by the lack of certainty. Sometimes even countries that may have relatively good internet connectivity fall into the trap of internet shutdowns, and these cost our economies enormously. And we need to, and we are hopeful that through the AFCFTA, we can adopt strategies that can really incentivize the continued investment in harmonization of the regulatory environment across the continent. We expect that if we properly achieve the implementation of a digital protocol under the AFCFTA, this will further strengthen the ability for us to achieve trade integration, full integration within the continent, and it will also particularly empower the opportunity for medium, small, and micro, small, and medium enterprises to be able to have access to a wider set of partners for trade. A couple of other, just to conclude, I think a couple of initiatives that ECA are leading and working with partners to deliver, which can reinforce the implementation of a digital protocol under the AFCFTA. Firstly, one of the pillars for digital transformation is cybersecurity. It is one which has been underestimated in the past. Notably, only 14 countries have ratified the Malabo Protocol for the moment. But we hope that very soon, we hope this year we will have number 15, which will bring the protocol into force. But more critically, the countries need to be able to have a very clear implementation of cybersecurity aspects, because trade depends on the security of your internet system, and we can't deliver that if we are constantly at risk of hacks, or if user data is compromised, or if people do not trust to put their personal data or their financial information into these systems. One of the building blocks for this is a model law, which we will be discussing this afternoon. Soren, maybe you can confirm. Is it this afternoon or tomorrow? This afternoon at 3 p.m. We'll be presenting the model law on cybersecurity. So that's one aspect. The second area is around the facilitation of digital trade through digital platforms. The ECA helped develop the Africa Trade Exchange, which is currently operated by Afreximbank. And this allows a platform to facilitate access of African companies to trade their goods in the digital space, and including where necessary to have access to trade finance. Because one of the issues may be, and we have seen this in countries like Ethiopia looking to export coffee, they've discovered huge demand on internet platforms, but often they don't have the immediate resources to invest in the additional production that is needed. And so the link between digital platforms and then financing mechanisms is key. And the other area, the third area that I will touch on is artificial intelligence. And this involves ensuring that there is appropriate regulatory frameworks in different countries and that there is capacity for research and the application of artificial intelligence in, for example, the context of trade. And we have the African Regional Center on Artificial Intelligence, which was launched in the Republic of Congo earlier this year, and which has created a network of universities and academia around research on artificial intelligence, with trade as one of the priority areas. I will stop there for now, but I think that the harmonization of work that is being done among different African countries to really deliver on a digital trade protocol within the AFCFTA is one of the priority actions towards actually changing the economic model on the African continent. Thank you so much.
Mr. Ada, for highlighting the conditions that we need to meet in order to enable digital trade in Africa. We agree that we need to narrow or to close the digital connectivity gap, and also to put in place the digital platforms that will facilitate the payment and also the cross-border electronic transactions. Now we move to our second speaker, Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union. So from your perspective, how political leadership can foster digital transformation in Africa, and also how can we enable data to flow within countries, across countries, and also how we can take advantage of the data revolution to build our digital economy?
Thank you very much, Sohaila. Thank you very much, the African Union and the ECA for putting this together. I also want to thank fellow panelists. Certainly, JP has taken quite a bit of wind off our sail in terms of some of the challenges that characterize data for development in Africa. But I see the role of political leadership in the pursuit of digital data governance in three phases or three levels. One is at the level of governments, the level of our regional, rather sub-regional economic blocks, and certainly at the level of the continental level. And whatever the level, there needs to be quite a clear message to the politicians and indeed each and every one of us, because we are politicians and political leaders in our own rights, in our companies, in our organizations, in our families. We are leaders, we are politicians. And so it starts with us at the family level, at the organizations where we work, before we expand it to our communities, at the national level, at the sub-regional level, and certainly at the continental level. I think the certain data, the certain characteristics of data that requires political involvement is captured in the 4 V's of data. The 4 V's of data, which is volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. Big data volumes, big data sets that are mind-boggling and certainly require that political players get into this space and show leadership. Velocity in terms of the periodicity of change. Certainly there are so many changes in the data that we are dealing with. There's so much variety, whether in the form of what I'm saying, which is data, in the form of text messages you are sending, or those that are writing on their notebooks, certainly sending emails or pictures about this event and so forth. And certainly the veracity, we need to ensure that the information that is out there is one that is verifiable. And so all this then requires a certain level of leadership to ensure that there is an organized way of management of our data. And certainly that requires technical skills. And what I see is that perhaps we are addressing the political leadership here. but much of the information is resident with us, those in this room and those that are listening. I'm sure some of our political leaders are listening, but we seem to be preaching so much to the converted. I don't know whether you get that sense, as opposed to taking the message to our politicians, the political leaders, because I see quite an asymmetry between the knowledge that is available amongst the technical people in terms of the value of data and the knowledge that is resident with the political class and leadership in terms of appreciating the value of data and ensuring then that we have robust systems for data management. And I think we need then to not just upskill, and which I see as necessary in most of our African jurisdictions in terms of technical skills, but also, imbue our data, our political leaders with the necessary knowledge that data is indeed important, and big data sets are important for the management of national, communal, and regional and interregional economic systems, and indeed our lives. I think, as I mentioned, JP has indicated, has mentioned certain characteristics of data in Africa, but I see 12 from 2012 to late last year, an increase from 12 to 28 African countries having one form of data legislation or the other. Of those that I analyzed, those data legislations tend to me to emphasize more on fostering safeguards in data protection and privacy, and less focus on data enablers, which is on portability, localization, for example. And implementation then remains a challenge in quite a lot of our jurisdictions, especially at the national level. Most of our data legislation is nascent, with institutional frameworks that are fairly young. And so there are certain institutional challenges in terms of capacity, in terms of resource allocation on to organizations that are in charge of data management in our respective countries. The other characteristics that I see is of course at the continental level, as Swahila has mentioned, a lot of initiatives, at the level of the African Union, at the level of ECA, which is indeed great. But I think we need to translate this at the national and sub-regional level. Quite a lot of efforts are already being undertaken at the sub-regional level, at the political leadership, which is a great thing. And so what I see is the political leadership at the national level, bringing down what is already agreed at the continental level in terms of national legislation. And it's great that we are just one county shy of bringing the Malabo Convention into force. But I think we have lost quite a bit of time since that convention was negotiated. And with data management, time is not on our side, and our politicians need to acknowledge that the more we delay in actualizing pieces of legislation, our policies, the more those pieces of legislation and policies become irrelevant. Because as I've mentioned, the one common thing about data is its velocity. It's constantly changing. And so whatever framework, legislation, or policies that we have need to be constantly reviewed. And the more we keep them in abeyance in terms of implementing them, the more I see ourselves lagging behind. Indeed, in all our data indices, Africa lags behind all the other regions in terms of robust data management frameworks. Now, what politicians can then do is certainly anchored in some of these characteristics of data management in the African continent. Create policies and regulations at the national level to promote digital transformation. We've seen quite a bit of that. I've said that from 2012 to late last year, upwards of 28 countries have one form or developed one form of data legislation or the other, which is a great thing. But we need to see more of that in the countries that have not adopted certain of these policies or legislation. Respond and keep pace with advances in technology. And that is where I see quite a symmetry, as I've mentioned. I think the political class, unfortunately, and this needs to be said, the political class in Africa, especially at the national level, have not quite appreciated the value of data. And we need to drive this message to the political class so that they know that without data, without accurate data, you can't do much, even at the national level. So I think that message needs to be driven so that the asymmetry that exists between the technical people in terms of knowledge on the value of data and that of politicians is narrowed. One, of course, is the power of politicians to use grassroots networks to entrench skills transfer, which is, as I've mentioned, is another area that is common in Africa in terms of skills development. And I think most of our politicians, especially at the national level, have grassroots networks, and we need to bring everyone on board in terms of the value of data, whether personal data or organizational data. I think in the entire ecosystem, I'm finishing, in the entire ecosystem, there are various players that we need to recognize. They may be government. The private sector certainly plays an increasingly important role in data management in Africa. The partners from various countries and regions. And we just need to recognize that there's not a single organization or individual, whether politicians or government or the civil society or the private sector, that has a monopoly of knowledge over this or jurisdiction, so that we bring everyone in the ecosystem together for purposes of data management. And that clearly is the role of politicians, and certainly institutionalizing structures that we've agreed on for purposes of data management. The other thing that I think we need to tell the politicians is that I see, and this needs to be said, I see a lot of institutional overlaps and jurisdictional conflicts in terms of the partnership engagements in Africa. And so I think the UN needs to listen to this, and JP, I hope this message gets across, that our political class needs to realize that the partners that engage in various forms of data management in Africa are great, but each and every partner comes with an agenda. And so we need to bring all this agenda into a single scheme where it is the interest of Africa at heart, and not so much of the interest of the partners that seek to support data development in Africa. Thank you very much for listening to me. There's so much to be said about this. I don't think there's one single answer, but that's the reason we are here, to take questions, comments, and to engage in this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for highlighting the importance of upskillings at different levels, from the technical levels to decision makers, and also the need to create a platform for multi-stakeholder discussions and conversation. And also, as organizations, we need to strengthen our cooperation, to highlight our priorities, to ensure complementarity between the different initiatives. And I fully agree with you that we need to create a link between the technical community, the decision makers, and also the diplomats or the foreign affairs, because they are the one who voice the interest of the countries at international level, taking into account the ongoing discussions with the World Trade Organization, and also the discussions about global digital cooperation, data governance. I think we need to build our individual and collective capacity, and rising awareness is key in this process. Now we move to concrete example. We have with us from East Africa community, Mr. Daniel Moronzi. He will share with us the progress and also what the key aspects that are being addressed by this community for developing their common digital market. Mr. Moronzi, can you please make it in 5 minutes?
Yeah, thank you so much. for the interest of the time, I had to put up the PowerPoint 4 slides to explain what the ESC does. And we first of all want to thank the opportunity we have given to the East African community to showcase what we are really on the move we are. So on our case as the East African community, allow me to share with you our vision and the agenda for our single digital market that is driving the forces of our single integration on our single digital market. For those that you are in Connect Africa Summit, some 2018, I think, this was the study that we did, and we had to take care that how should East African community be number one in moving for the single digital market. And we have taken 4 pillars for our single digital market, and this is anchored on the whole work that Jean-Paul talked about, or Omo talked about, and what the African Union have done. On our side, we have considered the 4 cases on the side of the online data connection and the data connectivity, then the connectivity by itself, then enabling environments. And I will just take you through where we are as the ESC and the key indicators that are driving this. So when you look at this pyramid that we have done, it shows what do we need to do, or what are we doing to ensure that we are moving faster to now achieve our single digital market as we have done. As you are aware, East African community, we have 4 for the integration agendas: Common Market Protocol, Customs Union, Political Federation, and Monetary Union. So under the Common Market Protocol, that's where even you find this single digital market, because there is free movement of people, free movement of goods, free movement of services. So on the single online market as the pillar that would now drive our integration and quickly achieve our agenda that we need as the ESC, we found that there are some key pillars that we need to tackle. There is the digital ID. You cannot has already been handling our bulk payments with the central banks. So the next move, we are now looking at the integrating the retail payment, which is now the study that is undergoing, supported by GIZ. We thank you for that. And the consultants service, the report is being handled. So the purpose is now to ensure that all components of the work for cross-border are removed. So on the other side, there is the consumer protection. So we found out that you cannot do the single digital market online without the consumer protection. On the side of the ESC, we have the competition authority that has already been established as an institution, and it's already working with the national competition authorities in a manner that makes us now to have the things regulated. The logistics part, because we want now to look at the trade across and how movement of goods are going on, then now the harmonization is ongoing, and we are now working on that. So on the single data market now, the key enablers, as JP has talked about, there's the data protection and data privacy. This one we have taken the continental framework, and now we are anchoring it and domesticating it to the regional level. When we reviewed the national data privacy and protection laws, we are really working in isolation. They don't support the data movement across the border. So that's why the region has now come up with this, and we are fully supported by World Bank. the regional data privacy and protection framework is being finalized we are anchoring onto the continental framework. So on the other side of the cybersecurity, which has mentioned as a major challenge, the regional level now, we have taken a step of ensuring that we now establish a regional SAT or a regional cybersecurity framework. So this one is being now coordinated at the regional level to ensure that we are able to work together. You know now if people are moving, goods are moving, money is moving. As you are aware, we are setting up the regional central bank soon. The countries have submitted the expression of interest. So we require to now have a regional collaboration on the cybersecurity. And now the regional framework is on way going. So we are looking at also the infrastructure, and we are working together on the retail side and the wholesale side to ensure that our connectivity is affordable. So this, we have already worked with the Africa Development Bank and the other stakeholders to ensure that we support the national level and also establish more internet exchange points so that the work goes well. On the enabling environments, the digital skills has been identified as a major gap. Through the work with the GIZ again, we have established a project for digital skills, and this one has already been now tackling with the private sector. You know, we do have now the 50 million women, we have the women in the platforms. This association is now supporting to be enabled onto the digital skills and other environments that innovation with the innovation hubs within our national. So at the regional level, last week, but when we did the first innovation week that was done in Uganda as a regional platform that brings all the innovations within our context. So this is in one way that for us to achieve the single digital market, all those enabling environments have to move. So on the payment side that has always been talked about, and what is our approach at the regional level? Our approach, it's just that the screen is, the translation is hiding some of the key things. We have now done in a manner that our architecture, we now know at the national level that there is now the national switch, there is the integration that is happening. But when you move within our region from one country to another, you find there is still a major gap, whereby transacting with KCB, ATM to Equity to another one, there is another big fee that is going on. So at the regional level, we have seen that when we harmonize and establish now the regional switch, because now we have the national switches to communicate, we are able to now bring the MNOs, that the interface of the MNOs with our national switches and the regional switch to move. For your information, we are carrying out the study for data roaming, and the regional data roaming is on the way. We are looking on the way that we can now enable the regional data roaming and the cross-border mobile money. So these are all the components that we find that can enable the digital trade we are talking about. We did not forget about the money laundering. You know, it's another big challenge that if you look on the architecture that we have done, we have the counter, on this, there is the anti-fraud body of the national banks, central banks, the credit bureaus. So this is the whole ecosystem that the architecture of the East African community we have come up with. And at the implementation level, central banks have already collaborating, because we have already now established a central bank platform, and they are now collaborating to help us to bring the retail payments of the commercial banks. So this is the way the regional we are moving, and we believe that once we have completed this, we can share the experience with our colleagues. Lastly, we are looking at, this is our proposed unified payment interface. We know very well the digital gaps that Jean-Paul has mentioned, Omo has mentioned here, and others keep on talking. We know that our colleagues, not all of them are on the smartphones. There are those who are still on the feature phones, USSD and the rest. So the platform of our unified payment, which we are now building up, and we are now working with our central banks and the commercial banks, and also the third-party players, is to come up with a unified payment interface, which we found that the successful implementation happened in India and I think in Brazil, and we are anchoring on this. So briefly, colleagues, this is the journey the East African community have taken. And I wanted to say that we have already secured funds to now remove the policy challenges that we had. Today we are now working on to the digital signature that has already been a major challenge on to implementation to be now harmonized at the regional level. And also the regional data protection and privacy law that was another bottleneck. But I just wanted to let you know that this is where we are as the East African community, and we have taken into consideration that the region has to communicate with the rest of Africa and beyond. And we also know very well that we have the EPA and other conventions that we are trading beyond Africa. So within our ecosystem, we are taking it in that direction, and we are happy to share more. Due to the time constraint, allow me to stop from here. I would welcome more questions and engagements during the tea break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for this update. We are really happy to see the progress that is being made in East Africa. And as you mentioned, it will be really interesting to share with other regions and also to see how we can build on the work of East Africa to come up with a continental approach for the digital single market. Now we have another speaker online. I don't know if Mr. Samatar is connected to update us on another initiative that is a concrete initiative which will start next year. It is about development of digital single market. Mr. Samatar, maybe a few words, maybe in 5 minutes or less, if you can just update us on this initiative between the African Union Commission with support of the African Development Bank, and how this initiative will contribute to the development of digital market in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We hear you very well, and we see you also. It's okay. You can proceed.
Thank you. Panelists, and as well as to the other participants. I would like to say a few words on the project, upstream project for digital market development in Africa, that has been approved last September by the board of directors of the bank. First of all, I would like to say that it's important actually to note that the setting up of a digital single market in Africa is a long-term process on which we must all work for its achievement by 2030 based on the SDGs. Second, I think it's essential to note that it's not enough to work at country level only to provide solutions, and we do that through the numerous national, regional, and multinational projects funded by the bank. But it's also important actually to address the issues hampering the generalization of digital services access in the continent in order to concretize the digital single market. Admittedly, these actions remain fundamental to prepare the ground for the setting up of an African digital single market step by step. I think, however, it's crucial also to address the supranational issues in collaboration with various economic communities as well as the African Union Commission in order to ensure the overall consistency of the action that has to be undertaken. In addition, I think it's also important to draw lessons from the past by avoiding absolutely to have the market as the only horizon here and forgetting the central role and needs of African population in the digital transformation agenda of our continent. Therefore, it's important to equalize jobs, innovations, entrepreneurship opportunities from north to south and from east to west on the continent. And this is also requires, among others, the implementation of all laws, regulation, policies, and strategies that are necessary to guarantee the protection of personal data and the promotion of cybersecurity and the reliability of electronic transactions. Having said that, the African, as I said previously, the African Development Bank's board of directors has approved actually a grant of 7 million unit of accounts, which is equivalent to 9.77 million US last September for the first phase of the upstream project for digital market development in Africa. The grant agreement has been signed actually 2 weeks ago between AUC and FDB, and the project kickoff is planned on January 2023 in Addis. Actually, this project supports the AUC implementation digital economy project to enhance continental single digital market, and this is the subject of this session today. It will also support the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the digital transformation strategy for Africa. Actually, the details are available online on this project, but what I would say here, it will contribute actually to the implementation of digital enablers, namely universal access to broadband infrastructure, sovereign African cloud, African digital market, e-commerce, digital trade promotion. So all these actions and activities will be actually funded through this project. And more broadly, it will help to create a conducive ecosystem for digital trust, skills, and we will also help in the setting up of an African expert networks on digital development in general. So that's what I would like to say on this project that is going to be launched in January in Addis. So we would be pleased if you also can attend that meeting that will be happening in January next year. Thank you very much.
Us this information about this relevant project that will help to develop continental digital economy and also to, as you mentioned, create the right conducive ecosystem and enabling environment that will foster the development of data-driven economy and applications. So as you mentioned, this project is in line with AFCFTA priorities and also the digital transformation strategy. We have with us a speaker from the AFCFTA Secretariat, Mr. Shididi. He will update us on the protocols on the digital trade and e-commerce. It was highlighted by previous speakers that the second phase of negotiations of CFTA is on digital trade and e-commerce. So, Mr. Shididi, what is the status and how this will contribute to the establishment of digital market in Africa?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting the FCFTA Secretariat to be part of this discussion today. You might have not seen me on the poster, but I'm here now. Let me just give you a brief background on the AFCFTA. It has been mentioned by the previous speakers. So the African Continental Free Trade Area is a very ambitious project which is trying to establish a single continental market between and among all the 55 member states of the African Union. And the agreement establishing this ambitious project is quite comprehensive. It covers a whole range of issues, trade-related issues. Initially, it covered trade in goods, trade in services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. And then at a later stage, e-commerce, which is now digital trade, was also added. And more recently, women and youth in trade. So these will be protocols. But for the sake of time, I will focus on the negotiation, the update on the protocol on digital trade. So in February 2020, the African Union Assembly, heads of state and government, decided that let's include a protocol on e-commerce within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And In May 2021, the Council of Ministers responsible for trade decided, okay, let's change this e-commerce to digital trade, which is more appropriate to what we are trying to achieve in the African Continental Free Trade Area. So this is how now it moved. So there are not protocols, there are not two protocols, one on digital trade, one on e-commerce. It's one protocol, which is digital trade. I think I have to get that clear so that there is no confusion. So the formal negotiations haven't really started, but it doesn't mean that there was no work that was done from that time when the assembly decided that we have to negotiate the protocol on digital trade. A lot of work has been done, especially by the FCFTA Secretariat, which is the technical body of this FCFTA project. So the committee on digital trade was established. So this is the committee that negotiates the protocol. And then they will submit it to senior trade officials, Council of Ministers, until it is adopted by the Assembly. So this committee comprises of all the state parties, the trade officials from state parties. So it was established in May 2021, and they haven't met for their first meeting. They are meeting next week from the 5th to the 9th of December to kickstart the official negotiations of the protocol on digital trade. I'll give you, I'll go into details on what are the objectives of this meeting. As I said that, so we have done quite a lot of work, exploratory work and preparatory work in preparation of the formal negotiations as the AFCFTA Secretariat. So I will briefly mention some of the work that we have done, and the negotiations are member state driven. So it's the government officials, the member states that negotiates, but we have also tried to ensure that the process is as inclusive as possible to include non-state actors in the process. So this is the part of the work that we have done. So we have done brainstorming sessions, the technical brainstorming sessions. We had digital trade experts, ICT experts from across the continent, such that we just brainstorm with them to hear and bounce ideas on what exactly do we need to include in this protocol. And then following the technical brainstorming session, we had a high-level session where we had the industry heads and experts, digital-related experts across the continent, to also brainstorm at a high level to see what are the expectations and what are the key issues that we should address in this protocol on digital trade. Then after that, we had regional stakeholder consultations. So now we are dealing with businesses, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders, such that we hear their views and their proposals and expectations of the protocol on digital trade. What is it that they expect? What are the issues that they want the protocol on digital trade to address? And we have come up with a report which will be submitted for consideration to the negotiators, the Committee on Digital Trade. And we have also done a study on the state of, so we have developed a situational analysis which is going to be validated next week, a situation analysis of digital trade across the continent. So we are taking stock of what is the state of digital trade across the continent, and where do we stand in terms of the policy, legal and regulatory framework of digital trade, since the protocol is going to develop a continent-wide legal and regulatory framework for digital trade that is going to govern intra-Africa digital trade. So lastly, I mentioned that the committee which is responsible for negotiating this protocol is meeting for the first time next week from the 5th to the 9th of December. And the objective of this meeting is, first of all, to kickstart the negotiations of the protocol on digital trade. So they have to adopt their terms of reference. They have to know what are the rules of engagement, what are the terms that are governing their activities as they engage and undertake this work of digital trade. And they also need to adopt their guidelines and principles. So the guiding principles that will guide them as they negotiate this protocol on digital trade. Thirdly, they also need to define the scope from the onstart. before we start even developing a protocol on digital trade or the zero draft, if I may say, we need to know the scope of this protocol. So this is something that they also need to define from next week, such that they decide from the beginning the scope and the elements that should be included in this protocol should look like this. Then moving from that, we develop the protocol on digital trade. So, and lastly, to validate the situation, we have done the situation analysis, but it needs to be validated by the committee so that they can confirm if our results are real or our results, they really speak to the situation across the continent. Let me stop here. I'll be happy to take any questions, also get some comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. GDD. It's very important to know that there is already a committee that is set, and also the negotiations will start next week. I think we are all progressing at the same pace, and I think we need to create synergies between the different initiatives, and the study that is being done on the analysis of digital trade across Africa will help to shape the discussions. I think we have with us another speaker from UNDP, Mrs. Efi Ogo, regional coordinator. She supported countries in the first phase of coordination of negotiation of the CFTA. Now that we are moving to the second phase, as it was mentioned by the colleague, it's about protocols on digital trade. How can we prepare our countries in order to come up with a forward-looking digital trade agreement that considers cross-border data regulations, innovation, privacy, and also security issues? Mrs. Efi, you have the floor, and we would appreciate if you can make it within 5 minutes or less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Thanks to all the speakers, and thank you for the invitation. I think your question touches upon several interconnected topics. And as we can see, there's already a lot of movement on these issues. For example, with data, the mandate from the heads of state on the e-commerce protocol explicitly mentions the member states preparing to have authority over data. You've also spoken about the AU data policy framework, which was published a few months ago. You see that also the member states already have rules on these issues. For example, on data privacy, you have about 33 of the member states that have some kind of law on this. And a lot of these laws speak to the protection of personal information. You also find that on cyber security, there's at least 39 countries that have some sort of rules on this. And so this is all of to say that there's indeed a starting point. And then on the AFCFTA protocol, it's important to bear in mind that countries will typically negotiate from their stance of what they want to preserve, those things they're interested in. So it is then important to say, what are the existing and what could be the eventual continental frameworks on these topics? We see in some sense that there's some common interests, common purpose, for example, through the Malabo protocol. But the reality is that there's variable geometry. Countries have the things they're interested in. Countries may not all be in the same place in terms of their capacity. They have various policy stances, but overall there's interest and saying this is what they want to do. So in the AFCFTA e-commerce protocol, the issue is that at the end of the day, the approach will be determined by the state parties. But what I would like to highlight is that the canvas is not blank. There are common interests. So the issue really is, how do we try to attempt to reconcile the various and divergent stances on these topics? And so there are three main things that one can think about. One is to understand the rules that exist, and then to understand the constructs and the functions of the institutions that take care of those rules. This will help to understand the incentives, the drivers, the purposes of the member states as they have created these rules, because these are the rules that will inform their stances in the AFCFTA. And then beyond the specificity of how those specific rules are, you need to understand also how those rules are linked in the broader architecture of the member states. And the two, you also need to look at the effects of these rules. Have these rules realized the objectives for which they were created? And then for those of the member states that don't have rules on these topics, it's also helpful to understand why. Why have they not done this? Is this a policy issue? Is it an interest issue? Is it in progress? Why have they not created these rules? Also, to check the effect of these rules and say, what are the effects of those rules that exist and what are the effects where there are no rules? It's good to understand the context. And then finally, it would be also to say that when you have a better sense of the rules that exist, have the institutions that take care of these rules, the effects of all these rules, then you can say within the African continent, what are the groups of issues? What are the types of things that the member states are interested in? What are they trying to address through rules? What types of rules do they deploy to what types of issues? And then it might then be a bit more straightforward to say, how can all of these things play in the AFCFTA? And while I know we talk a lot about the AFCFTA, it's important to remember that it's a trade deal. It's one of a few trade deals on the continent, and is also one of a few instruments on the continent to realize the Africa we want. So the AFCFTA can do a lot of things, but it's also good to understand the extent to which it can take on all of these interesting things that we are trying to achieve. So thank you very much.
Time. And also for highlighting that it is a trade agreement, so there will be negotiations, and the countries, they will seek to find the consensus and to reconcile between the different aspects, how to make data available, accessible for innovation, how to enable value creation, and also at the same time ensure respect of the security, sovereignty of states, and also the protection of digital rights of African people. We thank you for your intervention. The last one we have from the technical community. We have Mr. Kenneth Muhangi, who is lecturer of Christian University of Uganda. The question that we would ask is how to integrate data in the negotiations of the intellectual property and competition chapters, that we can set the minimum standards and also clarify of the status of data as a strategic resource that to enable us to make data available, namely the non-personal data, accessible to enable and facilitate innovation and digital entrepreneurship in Africa. Mr. Kenneth, can you make it within 5 minutes?
Yes, of course. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are. My name is Kenneth Muhangi. I'd like to think that I'm the last speaker because you needed a change of scenery. As you can see, I am outside. I'm calling you from Uganda. And in particular, actually, having this call and speaking to you in Ethiopia when I'm in Uganda, outside of a capital, moreover. I'm in a city, I'm in a district called Mbarara, which is outside of Kampala. That really, even if I was to start with that, really highlights the importance of harmonization, one, not only of our policies, but also in terms of things like connectivity and data, because these are things that drive our economies. And especially all the speakers before me have spoken about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and its focus on trade in a data-driven economy. And really, we see that if you have policies within our countries that are focused on actually pushing digital trade, on using data, leveraging data in a manner that would allow it to be able to achieve its objectives, which first and foremost, of course, if you're looking at the different types of data sets, I think here we're looking at more on the non-personal data, which is data that is used in analytics. And if you use, or if you leverage this data, we've seen that in terms of service delivery, in terms of improving the quality of service across the different sectors, and specifically around digital trade, this is something that is important. And so I think one of the key issues I wanted to highlight, which I hope we'll be able to discuss this more, is if we have a data-driven economy, is it driven by governments? Is it driven by the private sector? I think we've seen that whenever we're looking at data overall, the data that we've spoken about is in relation, especially within the private sector, to entities like social media entities, but where we use that data mostly for marketing, and these entities use it to be able to improve their service delivery and also improve their service offering that they have. But we've also seen that this data is ever more important in the context specifically of African countries that need to be able to make informed decisions when creating policies. I think one of the key sticky points has been around the taxation of digital assets. And really, without governments utilizing or leveraging data that's able to inform spending habits or patterns, that's able to see how to tax these platforms, but without really trying to stifle the nascent industries that they actually operate in, is something that is important if we are to have success, not only in a country like Uganda, but also on if you're looking at it in terms of our blocks within the region, and of course as a continent as well. So outside of that, really, I think we must also be able to distinguish or see the difference between anonymized data and personal data. And I think one of the previous speakers had already mentioned this. And this, I'm happy the Africa Continental Free Trade Area protocols actually do mention this, where we're looking at if we're going to regulate data, you cannot have the same regulations for anonymized data, which is data that does not identify human beings. And you cannot regulate it the same way as data that is categorized as personal data, because that one you have all these other rights that are attached to it, like the right to privacy and so on. So I think first and foremost as well, we do have the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, but we still have a few countries within the African on the African continent that are yet to ratify this particular convention. So I think outside of that, we also still need to have buy-in from every African state, especially those that are signatories to the AFCFTA. And I'm glad to report that Uganda was among the first countries actually in Africa to have a data protection law in compliance with that particular convention. And now as we speak, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, these are all East African countries within our regional bloc have also created their own data protection laws. And we can see that now we are moving towards the harmonization or standardization of these laws. And actually, if I'm now looking at the movement of data, we can also look at the cross-border transfer of data, which is a sticky subject in many jurisdictions, because if you have different systems or structures, that makes it difficult to be able to have data move from one country to another. And I think if we're looking at the industries where data is most prevalent, and that we need to be able to talk about, the previous speaker spoke about payments. We've also spoken about digital trade in particular, and we see that data is what facilitates these industries. Without data, I don't think it would be possible to conclude any of these transactions. But I think even if we have laws, that is good. We also need to have buy-in from our countries to make sure that there is also harmonization in terms of implementation. Because if you have a payment company in Uganda that's basically trying to operate in Nigeria, trying to operate in Ghana, trying to operate in Ethiopia, if you don't have data centers that are as equipped to be able to store this data within those particular jurisdictions, then you'll find that we will be transacting cross-border within the African continent, but you find that most of that data will be kept in servers in Europe and elsewhere. And this would be such a shame, because all these still are are avenues for revenue for the countries where these data centers are actually localized. But number two, it also moves to the principles of data protection, especially the principles of security of data and of localization of data. So we could also borrow really from jurisdictions like the European Union, like the GDPR, in terms of its implementation on things like standard contractual clauses that make it possible for countries to be able to transfer data across borders, but in a manner that is contractual, where all the parties are cognizant, one, of the data protection laws as they apply. Number two as well, that there's certain criteria that is set that makes it, that the standards that we're actually talking about. And I think in the question that you've asked, it is important to have these minimum standards, because that's what then ensures that you have that harmonization and that we're all moving together. But then it's also very important to note that as we borrow from these other jurisdictions, it's important not to just borrow these provisions as they are. We need to look at the context of Africa. Things like consent. The GDPR has more stringent requirements, let's say, for consent, specifically around digital trade. But is that practical for Africa, where we're still, although we have adopted technology, we still have a huge population that's still semi-literate when it comes to the use of these tools? And so I think we need to be cognizant of that as we regulate and as we harmonize as well. Outside of that, I think one of the protocols that I'm most excited about that has come from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the one on intellectual property. As we know, intellectual property is the driver of digital trade, is the driver of trade. because without intellectual property, it'd be impossible for any of these companies to be able to trade freely, knowing that their goods are going to be respected, knowing that their brands are going to be respected within the countries that they're expanding or moving into. And so there's also a need to be able to harmonize in our intellectual property laws. As we know, intellectual property is territorial, is geographical, in the sense that the laws would apply within the borders of the country where a particular person is operating. So if we were to go outside of those borders, it is necessary for us to also ensure that through conventions, through bodies like the African Union, like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, we're able to come up with protocols that allow a harmonization of laws where you know that you have a reciprocity. So where you know that you have a way to make sure that if I have a law in Uganda that ensures that I'll have my trademark registered properly, that same law is going to be reciprocated in another African country, and I'll be able to get redress in case someone in case someone actually tries to counterfeit my goods or uses my trademark in a manner that is not that I have not consented to. And so I think all those issues are very important as we're looking at harmonization of these laws. And it's very important as well to be able to think practically in relation to the African context. And this is something, again, I'm really happy about, that as we speak about Africa, we have Africans actually sharing issues from their particular jurisdictions about how we can all be able to push this digital trade thing, about how we can all also be able to be connected at the same level, rather than us, having all these policies in the air, but where the implementation is actually difficult. I think that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you for emphasizing the need to bring the private sector on board, and also to have informed decisions that will enable the creation of value from data. And also this can be achieved through data categorization and also setting of the adequate and necessary mechanism that will govern the cross-border of data across the continent. I think with this we come to the end of the questions that were addressed to our panelists. Now the floor is open for questions, and we can take maybe 5 since we are running late. I think I will take from this side and we move from this side. So we have, maybe I kindly invite you to introduce yourself and if possible to whom you address the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the panelists. It is a really wonderful panel, and yesterday we had also a panel on the governing the cross-border data flow. So my question is that actually we have seen many of the FTA already, the CPTPP, ICP. So actually, in all those FTAs, there's exceptions, like a public interest exceptions, public policy exceptions, and the national security exceptions. So I wonder whether in the Africa FTAs, they also have these 2 exceptions, but also these 2 exceptions are quite broad. Do you have any concrete, definition about what does constitute as a national security? So the first question. The second question is about the digital trade. When you talk about data trade among the different African countries or the cross-border data trade, are you giving the property right to the data? How do you trade it? I mean, in terms of data, how do you trade it? Do you give the property right to the data so we can trade it? Yeah, my question.
Thank you very much. I think we have an issue that there is another session that will take place in the same room. So we apologize. Maybe we take second question from this side, and I would start with gentleman from. And I promise that we will continue this discussion in other forums, that we will have opportunity to organize other events where we will have the discussion. So we take second question.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Mohamed Yassine from the University of Lille in France, where I'm working on a project on global e-business. It's denominated Easy Africa. I am a former first undersecretary of federal governance in Sudan. My job ended by the coup d'etat in 2021. Where I was working on digital transformation of the governance system in the country by a grant from the World Bank of $200 million US as a first stage. Unfortunately, this is put on hold I have, for the sake of the time, I'm sure I will not get an answer for this question because of the time limit and mismanagement of the time during the session, which is unfortunate. But Nkrumah in the 60s called for a central bank of Africa. And still now we are not able to do it. With this regional economic communities fragmentation, is AFCTA a possibility to reunify this regional economic community, and how we can address this challenge? I suggest to create a virtual group to continue this discussion. The Secretariat can take hold on that, and we will work on it because of the sake of the time, and we cannot do it now. I have other questions also related on the scaling up of the East African community experience. And since it has South Sudan as a new member, and South Sudan has not ratified the agreement, how you are going to take it on board, what type of assistance and that. And then I have other issue on the asymmetry between the technician and the political leaders, political will, how we can induce and stimulate political will to enhance and push the African continental trade, not only in digital, but also in free movement of goods and services, and make reality the continental ID, how we can make an African unique passport for all the African, not only East African community, single passport, so any African can have access and free movement to own any country, and we get rid of this this disaster of 1885, which imposed borders on us. Now we are very intelligent to keep these borders, but these borders has no sense. It could be considered as an administrative thing, but not to be a political, continue to be, if you want an African to negotiate agreement at global level, they have to go as 1.3 billion person, not a single country or any of these fragmented regional economic communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know, I think I will give the floor maybe to our panelists if they wish to respond to 2 questions, or maybe just to conclude in 1 minute each, and I propose to continue the discussion in the coffee break. And as I said, I promise that in collaboration with all the organizations, we'll continue these discussions and we'll have the opportunity to organize dedicated meeting to this. So I would start maybe from the Mr. Omo, just in 1 minute, just concluding remarks. And
I think the political will at the highest levels possible in our governments, in our institutions, in our regions is necessary in this regard. The asymmetry that comes is that most of our politicians at the national level still do not appreciate the value of data. I mean, look at where you are at the University of Lille and compare that with the National University of Khartoum. The level of funding for research, you can't compare. And so our politicians need to appreciate the fact that without research into some of these contemporary issues, you can't generate sufficient information for decision making. It starts with us telling the politicians that this is at the core of our development and we will not let it pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Adam, 1 or 2 words?
No, thank you very much. I think that building on that previous point, we should also not underestimate how far we have come. I think even around 2015, if we had talked about achieving the AFCFTA, we would have said it not have been possible. We were talking at that time of building blocks and so on. And then in 2019, we have the AFCFTA. There's still a long way to go, but I think that focusing the vision of where we want to go is a very important step. And the fact that the digital protocol, for example, is one of the priority areas, there is a working group. These are indications that there is a commitment to move in this direction. And it is important that all institutions try to support this process by using evidence-based inputs to move it forward, because that is what will drive us quickly forward. I can't resist to talk about the debate about central banks, because this is something which, of course, is. But to say very shortly, I think it's important to have that debate and that conversation. But I would say there are a lot of other policies that need to happen first before the idea of an African central bank is going to be a reality. That does not mean not to talk about it. It doesn't mean not to research it. But I think unless we can address, for example, these issues of the AFCFTA, the idea of a central bank will be not really feasible in any case. And then, of course, there will be the issues of what kind of instruments we want to have on that. We can continue the discussion, but I would say that it is important that we deal with all of the other building blocks to be able to allow us to have that conversation in a more meaningful manner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. On our side, we believe in the people-driven, private sector-driven. So at the regional level and also our wish at the continental level is to involve all stakeholders, not only the political leadership, but also having the private sector, because they are the consumers of these services, and also the civil societies. So at the regional level and at the continental level, we are advocating to ensure that as we are looking at the digital, single digital market, all players are not left behind. Lastly, on what you have mentioned, on the East African community level, our treaty is anchored on who has signed. So even if you have not ratified the CFTA, but they are already the members. For your information, DRC has also signed on the treaty, and also the next year we expect to expand to Somalia. But as I conclude, we advocate for the private sector to drive this single digital market, because they are the ones who are already knowing the gaps that the government are imposing. And the gaps that we face on the policy level are only shown when the private sector and our civil society and such forums of IGFs to continuously be given a national, regional, and continental platforms for the better engagements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So in conclusion, I would say that the Protocol on Digital Trade is poised to provide the legal and regulatory framework that is conducive and appropriate to address Africa's needs, but also need to bear in mind that we are dealing with 55 countries, and countries that are at different levels of development, and most importantly, different levels of regulatory capacities. So the way to achieve the most, especially within this continental-wide approach arrangement, is for us to have an approach that accommodates these regulatory flexibilities, and also the implementation plan that is conditioned on capacity building, technical assistance, and also the mobilization of resources. That needs to underpin the process, not only to come up with a regulatory framework, but also to come up with technical capacity, technical assistance capacity building, and also mobilization of resources to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you all. I kindly invite you to join me in thanking our panelists, the on-site one and the virtual one. Mine is just to thank you for your participation, and also I would like to present my apologies for the organizers of the next session. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you for your participation.
Just take a group photo? Maybe, yeah? Yeah, they come in. I told them to. Yes, sir. Quickly. Yes.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. We'll just wait another couple of minutes until our on-site moderators give us the green light to commence.
Morning, Ella.
Good morning, Celine.
Nice to see you again.
Hello, Taj.
Hi, Taj.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi. Good.
Hello? Test.
Hello? Can you hear me? It's Matt in the room. Okay, I think they can. Awesome.
Room.
So excited to kick off. Thanks everyone for coming to this session on harmonizing online safety regulation. My name's Matt. I work at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, leading their work around digital governance and rights. And I'll be moderating today. So before we kick off, I'd like to pass to Ella, who's online, who works at the Australian E-Safety Commission, for a brief overview on the new online safety regulators network that they have been involved in.
Thanks so much, Matt. Just checking people can hear me loud and clear.
Yep, you're good.
Wonderful. Well, thanks everybody for joining this session, both online and in person. I truly wish that I was able to join you there in Addis, but alas, I'll have to settle for beaming in from Melbourne. My name is Ella Seri and I head up international engagement at Australia's eSafety Commissioner, our national online safety regulator. So today you will hear from some of the first movers and shakers in online safety regulation. And it's a special session too, as just a couple of weeks ago, we joined together to launch the world first global online safety regulators network at the Family Online Safety Institute conference in Washington, DC. So we're very pleased to be able to talk to you a little bit about the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, what it means for us as organisations, but also as part of a global community working together to keep everyone safer online. I will be your online moderator, so please feel free to leave questions and comments in the chat box. I'm also joined by our online panelists as well. We have Julie Inman-Grant, eSafety Commissioner of Australia, Celine Craig, CEO of the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland. I believe we have Kevin Backhurst joining shortly, who is the Group Director of Broadcasting and Online Content at the UK regulator Ofcom, and Tajeshwari Devi, a Senior Officer at the Online Safety Commission in Fiji. So I guess without further ado, I'll hand back over to you, Matt, in the room to kick us off for the discussion.
Awesome. Thanks for that intro. So keen to get stuck in. Whilst we wait for Kevin, I'd love to hear from our panelists around how, in each of your jurisdictions, what are some of the key focuses you have within your online safety regimes, and what kind of trends are you seeing emerge over the time that you've been stewarding that regime?
Sure, I'm happy to start because we've been stewarding for about 7 years here. I guess when you're the first online harms regulator on the scene, you kind of have to write the playbook as you go along. And we started small. We were actually created out of a tragedy. A very well-known TV presenter in Australia who had struggled with mental health issues had been brutally trolled on Twitter mostly, had a nervous breakdown, came back on, was told a range of horrible things, and she tragically ended up taking her life. And this was when I was applying to be one of Twitter's first representatives in Australia back in 2014. It was referred to as the Twitter suicide, and it kicked off a huge petition to government at the time. And the citizens basically said, you know, you need to get involved and regulate people who are being bullied online. You know, people are losing their lives. But what the government decided to do at the time was to start with the Children's eSafety Commissioner. So took an online content scheme that we'd had in place for almost 18 years. And as a result of having those strong fundamental laws, very little illegal online content is hosted in Australia. So almost everything that we're dealing with is hosted overseas. And then we created an youth-based cyberbullying scheme, and we were set up as a safety net. We're not proactively monitoring the internet for harm. It also requires a young person who is seriously harassed, intimidated, humiliated, or threatened to report to the online platform where the abuse is happening first. And if it doesn't come down, then we serve as that safety net. Now, that's appropriate because that's the most expeditious way to get it down. And we know with all forms of online harm, the more quickly you can get that down, the better. And we resolve the vast majority of cases that reach that legislative threshold. Every time someone reports to us, it triggers an investigation. It's not like we're just putting our finger up in the air going, oh, we don't like this comment. There is a legislative threshold. But we've solved about 88% of those cyberbullying cases informally over time. But we do have powers to issue end user notices to perpetrators, to fine platforms or perpetrators. And then gradually over time, we had a range of different functions and programs layered on, from an image-based abuse scheme where we have about a 90% success rate in terms of getting content taken down. Traditionally, image-based abuse has been a very gendered form of online abuse. It used to be about 70% women and girls, but we've seen a surge of criminally backed sexual extortion, which has seen almost 70% of our image-based abuse reports are now sexual extortion, and the scales have tipped. The vast majority of reports are from young men between 18 and 24 and younger. So you know, we've got powers around abhorrent violent material and now serious adult cyber abuse, and now we have also some systemic reforms around transparency and accountability, the basic online safety expectations, as well as mandatory industry codes. And the first set of codes that are owned by industry are dealing with child sexual abuse material and TVEC, terrorist and violent extremist content online. So all of those protections are bolstered by prevention on the front end and what we call proactive change on the other end to minimize the threat surface for the future. So through initiatives like safety by design, and then looking at future tech trends. So that's where we are. One of the interesting discussions, I think, is countries decide what their regulatory schemes should look like, is really should they be doing large systemic reforms with big fines? Should they be providing individual complaint schemes like we do? Should they not, or should they do both? What I would argue is that we've been able to help thousands and thousands of people get down very harmful and traumatizing content, and to remediate that harm. So we see the impact that we're having every day. But it also gives us a very rich evidence base to show us precisely where the platforms are falling down in terms of responding to systemic abuse and other challenges.
Thanks, Julie. That's really interesting that you have that dual approach between individual recourse, notice and action versus the beginnings of what it seems to be a more systematic approach to platform design and accountability. I'd love to hear from our other panelists that are, I guess, a bit in the stages of setting up their online safety regimes at the moment, if that is reflected in your approach or if there are any key differences.
I'm happy to come in here, Matt, if I may. So Ireland, I'm working with the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland currently. We're the traditional media regulator in Ireland, but for the last few years, Ireland has been preparing it's a new online safety scheme. We are expecting the legislation to be fully enacted before the end of this year. And of course, I think it's important to point out that Ireland sits within the wider European regulatory framework and legislative framework in relation to oversight of digital platforms. And there's quite a swathe of legislation that's either here enacted already or in the pipeline. So that's the wider context for Ireland. Ireland has adopted largely, having regard to the fact that it's also the country of origin for all of Europe, and effectively is regulating for some very major pieces of regulation for all of Europe. And given the scale of content, indeed, and the speed of upload of content, Ireland has proposed and is proposing a systemic approach to regulation, albeit it has, having regards to the kind of concerns that Julie was referring to there, where there is very often seen to be, very significant and harmful pieces of content that are impacting on individuals' lives. It does provide further down the road, once the regulator is established, it does provide the potential for an individual complaints mechanism directly to the regulator. However, for the moment, it's envisaged that the online harms that have been identified in our legislation will be addressed by the regulator through an online safety code, a compliance and enforcement regime, which is to be established by the new media regulator, and indeed with all of the associated powers that will allow the regulator to enforce the legislation. The kind of harms that we're talking about, well, obviously these touch on issues that are of tremendous fundamental concern and impact fundamental European values, such as, for example, around freedom of expression. Hate speech is a major concern, and possibly one of the most important pieces is around the protection of minors. Advertising is in the mix there as well. Within the Irish legislative regime, we've also a number of other specific harms identified, and these concern very egregious forms of cyberbullying for children, not just limited to children, but for adults as well. Also the promotion of self-harm and suicide, and the promotion of eating disorders, is also within the scope of the Irish legislation as it's currently formulated. And to provide a degree of future-proofing, I suppose, for for recognising that new trends emerge very quickly in the online space. The Irish legislation also allows for proposals to come from the regulator to the legislature that would allow specific new harms to be identified and within the scope of the regulatory regime going forward. So I think that gives a certain element of future proofing. I will say, however, that there are other harms that are very much in the public discourse currently. Disinformation and misinformation is a very topical subject right throughout Europe, and it is in Ireland. Gender-based violence is also a major concern. So all of these are in the mix, if you like, both in the immediate future, but potentially down the road as well in terms of the future, the types of harms that will fall within the legislative and regulatory regimes throughout Europe and including Ireland.
Thanks for that, Celine. Tajashwari, are you online? Do you have a perspective from Fiji?
Yes, I'm Bula, everyone, from Fiji. So in terms of the online safety in Fiji, Online Safety Commission in Fiji, the Online Safety Act was enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji in 2018, and thus the establishment of the Commission commenced on the 1st January 2019. So basically the Online Safety Commission has been established for the promotion of online safety, deterrence of online harmful electronic communication, and for related matters. So basically we promote responsible online behavior and online safety. So it's both proactive and reactive, but we are more towards the proactive measures. So we also promote safe online culture, and this is the main actually objective of the establishment of the Commission, is to promote the safe online culture and environment that addresses cyberbullying, cyber stalking, internet trolling, and exposure to offensive or harmful content, particularly in respect of children. And once these issues or matters are identified, we try and deter harm caused to the individuals by these electronic communications and provide efficient means of redress for such individuals. So probably those are the objectives of the Commission, and for a Pacific country as in Fiji, for specifically Fiji as geographically remote and culturally rich in Fiji, we have very diverse communities. That means There are a lot of multiracial people, citizens living here, and they come from different cultural backgrounds. What I can say is the culture that we have here in Fiji as compared to internationally or other countries, it's very diverse, and different people live here. They have different norms and cultures that they follow. And so things that go out on social media platforms actually really concerns them in terms of, like, for instance, I'm an Indo-Fijian, and so for me, my culture is quite different as compared to the Fijians living in Fiji. So it's very different. So we have to be. That's why when we talk about online safety in Fiji, we also talk about the local content and the local context in which the contents needs to be created. So it's very important, because at community level, the culture is very different. At a city or town level, the culture is quite different. So it's very important to understand the cultural aspects of Fiji as well, considering the number of population in Fiji. It's quite less as compared to other countries, but online safety, as far as what we have experienced in practical, in terms of after the establishment of the Online Safety Act, mostly people wouldn't know what online safety really is. And if we ask them, do you know what internet is? They know it's Facebook, it's WhatsApp, like Viber. So it's really important for the people to know that internet can also mean going to Google and typing what your assignments are, what your work is. So not only it lays on the Facebook and the social media platforms. So basically, we are here, the Commission is here to promote online safety. We also organize awareness sessions and educational programs, including provision of the online safety materials. And this year we launched online safety booklets, contextualizing it with the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner. And that was a great material, because it reached out to a lot of the schools and communities. And so there were like approximately 30,000 plus booklets which were distributed to the communities and schools. And it was actually contextualized in 3 different languages. So Fiji has 3 different languages: 1 Indo-Fijian, that's Fiji Hindi, 2 Itoke, they call it in Fijian, and 3 the English one. So it's really important to actually have the content available in their own languages. We also receive complaints in relation to electronic communication that causes or intends to cause harm. We assess and provide advice in relation to the query that the complainant submitted to the Commission. And the most important one is we try and consult and work with relevant agencies, considering the Commission has been established 3 years back. We are still small in number with resources and materials. So Office of the E-Safety Commissioner has been really great to us in terms of our partnership, because most of the work we are not trying to replicate, but we are trying to learn and sort of adapt to what is happening at the E-Safety Commission, and then trying to actually see how Online Safety Commission in Fiji can work accordingly. So that is how it is. And basically building this relationship is really great, actually.
We learned from you too, Taj.
Awesome, thanks for that. I'm unsure if Ofcom has joined, so no. But I wanted to pick up on something around, like, I guess, like Twitter, like the Musk takeover of Twitter is very much in the news at the moment, and we saw a lot of Meta layoffs over the last month or so, and a big hit in both of these companies is within trust and safety teams for these platform companies, and I guess they're the coalface of the kind of work that you do on the government side. And so I guess my question is, like, particularly for Celine and how the more systematic reforms of the DSA will shape up, what are your thoughts around harder harder enforced responsibilities, such as mandating that there is an X percentage of workforce that has to be occupying in a trust and safety role, or mandating that language parity has to be enforced, like things that go beyond, I guess, where the conversation is right now around transparency and algorithmic audits. That's just to know what's happening. The next step after that in a couple of years' time is, well, what do we want these companies to do and how do we enforce that? And so do you see that there's this pipeline coming after the first few years of data we see after the DSA is enforced? And what are your thoughts on greater powers that governments could have? I might start with Celine, and then if anyone else wants to jump in, I'd love to hear your thoughts too.
So, thank you, Matt. Yeah, look, the DSA will have a very strong enforcement framework coming from Europe and coordinated by the European Commission. The new Digital Services Board that will be put in place arising from the enactment of the Digital Services Act will give a Europe-wide structure, if you like, to enforcement, particularly around the very large online platforms and the very large online search engines. So that will be a very strong and coordinated framework, I would expect. I think the regulatory framework at national level, I would expect also to, once established, can actually grow in terms of its ability to, well, first of all, the ability to enforce is there in the legislation, but I believe that a very structured approach to compliance and enforcement will be required to give effect. So it's not just about having an online safety code in place, but it's also around how that actually is given effect. So it may be, for example, through a structured performance setting process, annual compliance reviews or cyclical compliance reviews. I certainly wouldn't anticipate anything less than annual cycle reviews, and also actions that would be required to be taken coming out of that. I think regulators are likely to expect, and I would expect that in Ireland the regulator will want to see performance improvement year on year, with very focused performance objectives set from one period to the next, with built-in reviews independently, verified reviews, and that is in addition to all of the other regulatory tools, if you like, that are there, such around risk assessments. And all of these pieces need to link up together. Once risks have been identified, that has to feed in to performance objective setting. And that whole process of review, so that year on year we can expect better performance. Obviously, that needs to be matched with, a strong enforcement regime where there have been previous breaches of the legislation, or where an online platform, for example, is not complying with the rules that are set in online codes or within the legislation. So that's broadly how I would envisage it. I think there's been a lot of experience in Europe, certainly, around sort of voluntary monitoring and compliance with voluntary codes that, quite frankly, have not, that voluntary approach has not actually worked to the type of standard that regulation would expect. So I do believe that it does require strong regulation, and I believe that Europe will follow a strong compliance approach and enforcement approach where rules are, not being observed, or where, there isn't that engagement for platforms in relation to compliance with the legislation.
Yeah, Matt, if you don't mind me weighing in, I do think we, again, have to look at multiple approaches. And I don't know if you meant to be maybe not controversial, but I don't know that quotas or requiring certain portions of people to be part of the trust and safety teams, for instance, will work. And I say that based on the fact that most of these companies have a very complex operating rhythm and system. So you'll recall that when the first culling happened at Twitter, Elon Musk said, oh, it's only 15% of trust and safety. Well, I sat on the public policy and philanthropy team, and that team was obliterated, 50% were gone. And the people that sat in public policy were the people that sit in the countries and engage with governments. Whereas the trust and safety teams were, behind the scenes responding to reports. But you need all of that. The responsible AI, the ethical AI teams were also obliterated. And unfortunately, in my 22 years of experience in the tech sector, safety's always kind of been an afterthought. I recall, putting Microsoft's first trust and safety strategy together, and I was referred to as a cost center. And I tried to bring safety by design to the company probably 12 years ago, because I was sitting in product reviews and we were looking for security vulnerabilities and potential privacy breaches, but we weren't looking for personal harms. So I think we've now reached a tipping point now that all these governments are saying, hey, we've got to draw the line somewhere. And I think just to bring it back to the whole idea of the regulatory network, we're all going to take slightly different approaches. There are going to be different issues that are going to be important to our government of the day. But there are some common themes that are really emerging, and one of them is around safety by design. Like fundamentally, you're not allowed if you're a car manufacturer, I'm thinking about the Chevy Corvair and the Pinto. If you're rear-ended and that blows up, you're not allowed to do that. You now embed seatbelts, you embed anti-lock brakes, and we almost take that for granted, but that actually had to be legislated almost 55 years ago. But you're not allowed to, make food and make people sick or have toys that blow up in kids' faces. But we've had this technological exceptionalism that have existed. We're pretty much dependent on technology, but there haven't been any of these rules of the road or requirements. So the fundamental is you need to be doing the risk assessments up front, understanding what could go wrong, and build the protections in at the front end. I think that's a pretty consistent theme. Now, different countries will be taking different approaches. We've taken a cooperative soft power approach, a collaborative approach in this first instance, and we've developed risk assessment tools as an enablement mechanism so that these companies can comply with our upcoming codes and our basic online safety expectations. But as Celine said, other countries are going to take much more blunt force approaches or much more significant approaches in terms of the quantums of fines. What I think we do need to ask ourselves, though, is how prescriptive do we need to be, and how long will it actually take for some of these longer systemic reforms to actually replicate through the system. And what I suspect we'll see here is that we're all going to have a bunch of different tools that will probably work really well together, depending on what the platform is or the problem is we're trying to solve collectively for the good of all of the world's citizens.
Thanks, Julie. Yes, I'm only here to ask controversial questions, so get ready for some. I know that Kevin has joined us now, and obviously the UK is in the midst of passing their online safety legislation and Ofcom as the regulator has really ramped up their capacity to be able to enforce that legislation. I'd love to hear your quick thoughts on that whole approach and where you see that heading for the UK before I jump back out to questions for the panel.
Sure. Hi, Matt. Sorry I'm late. I got locked out by Zoom. Yeah, so it's quite good timing for us because, the sort of quite long delayed UK online safety bill was formally reintroduced to Parliament this week. And now should move through Parliament. There have been some slight changes to it. In terms of your question, Ofcom, first of all, we have, we've been quite lucky in a way, because the government here has given us funding for the last couple of years to enable us to build up preparations and to recruit teams with specialist knowledge and industry knowledge. So, as an organization, we've built up approximately 250 people in the team so far to help us develop our regulatory approach, which includes people from industry and from NGOs and so on. So, we are really ready to go and primed to go as soon as Parliament actually passes the bill and we are formally given the powers, which will probably be sort of spring next year, and we'll go out to consult. And a really important part of what we're doing, and I'll try and keep it brief because you said make it quick, is this international collaboration, and we're very lucky to be working with Julie and Celine and with our Fijian colleagues as well on launching this network. And we are ambitious to expand the network, quite soon, because we do think a global approach, as Julie touched on there, is by far the most effective way, A, to regulate, but B, also to try and align what we can in the regime so that the demands on platforms are aligned as far as is possible.
Thanks for that, Kevin. Yeah, you set me up really well. I'm really keen to hear all your perspectives on international collaboration. I think it's quite interesting that within online safety, you really have the full spectrum of what is, I think, quite easy to drive consensus on, such as like CSAM and terrorist content, all the way to stuff that is maybe one of the thorniest issues in tech policy, which is like, what is disinformation, what is polarization? And so I guess the four of you have started this really incredible international network. What are your plans on actually embedding consensus in these issues that are maybe a bit more on the thorny side?
Is that for me first? Yeah, I can take it first if you like.
Yeah, go first, and anyone who's wants to pitch in, go for it after.
Last in gets the hardest questions.
Well, that'll be you, Julia. That's great. So you can answer this. Look, I think, Matt, there are, as you rightly say, I think there are some areas that we've already discussed where we're very aligned on our approach and the prioritization, such as CSAM and such as, really dreadful illegal content, terrorist content, and so on. And clearly those are areas that all the regimes will focus on in one way or another, although the approaches may be different, as Julie touched on earlier on. But this is early days for the network, so we're going to set out a work program, to see exactly what is the most valuable thing to share early on. I mean, the UK's regime is very much now focused on one, illegal content, so CSAM and terrorist content, and two, protection of children. The legal but harmful so-called part of the bill has been slightly changed. It's still there, but it's more focused on what the platforms now put in their terms and conditions as it comes back into Parliament. So, I'm sure we'll be prioritising the worst harms and seeing where we can make the greatest difference and align in the best way we can as global regulators, as we take up our various powers. But I'll hand over to the others for other perspectives and to answer the more difficult questions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, we have sort of thought about, what do other like-minded independent regulators look like, and is it a big D democracy or a little D democracy? Whenever you go into the realm of what might be considered censorship, things are going to get thorny, and there were a few fundamental principles that we all agreed upon in terms of respect for human rights and freedom of expression. And our view is, as we've observed over time, that we have a legislative threshold that's relatively high, but what we've observed over time is that misogynistic, racist, homophobic, any kind of targeted online abuse that is designed or intended to cause serious harm is also intended to silence. So if you let, targeted online harm go untouched that does have a direct impact on freedom of expression. But as you've seen some of the debates play out in the United States, for instance, a lot of the debate is around either the First Amendment or Section 230, but then you've got bills like the Texas bill, and even some of the debate around Section 230 was about whether or not conservative voices were silenced vis-a-vis, say, more liberal voices. And so, you know, the tenor and tone can really change and become more political when you, I guess, you add value judgments to it, and you're not looking at, you're not viewing this in the context of harm and alleviating harm. And we're all going to define that slightly differently, I expect.
Nat, am I coming
yes,
up?
Please.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think both Kevin and Julie there have flagged, you know, where the commonality is between us in terms of some of these fundamental values. I think when you're working off a basic set of principles, certainly in my own experience as a regulator in Europe, we have found while very often local law or national law, you know, can be very different from one member state to another, for example, there's still enormous commonality in some of the regulatory tools that are used, if you like, to give effect to the objectives of media regulation. So I think, you know, our experience certainly in Ireland has really been around the kind of value that collaboration in this space can bring. We can learn of each other in terms of prioritization, in terms of the types of regulatory tools that are used. There's enormous amount to be gained from the sharing, for example, of research. Is hugely valuable as well. So I think there's lots of ways in which we can benefit from this type of collaboration. Particularly, as I said, when you're working off some very commonly agreed principles. For us, the experience has always been extremely valuable to collaborate. And I think, you know, we are seeing common themes in terms of online regulation around things like the requirement to undertake risk assessments, the formulation of online safety codes, and the experience in preparing these and in implementing them and in reviewing them. All of that gives us a huge amount of commonality, regardless of some of the perhaps the specific details that can sometimes be required at a national or local level. But there's still a huge amount of common ground, I would believe, that really has propelled us, I suppose, or impelled us to join together and to share our experiences and best practices.
Thanks. Taj, did you have any thoughts before we move on to questions?
Yeah, so practically from Fiji's perspective, I just jumped to a case study, for instance. Fiji, again, Fiji is low in population, and the regulation that has been really, we are in the commission has been established from the past 3 years. We, in terms of receiving reports from individuals in Fiji, we can say that there are sometimes individuals who are reporting at the commission in Fiji. So the complainant is in Fiji, or the complainant is a Fiji citizen but is in overseas, or the perpetrator is in overseas, or the perpetrator is here in Fiji. So both ways. It actually becomes a little difficult for us to work in those cases, because really there aren't such regulations in other countries. We understand Australia does have, so it makes our work quite easy. But if it's like in other countries, it is like for us to approach Fiji police force, whom we are really closely working with, and So they deal with Interpol in order to connect to those cross-border cases. So I'm really actually, we are really actually excited about this Global Online Safety Regulators Network, because for a Pacific country as geographically remote and culturally rich as Fiji, the Global Online Safety Regulators Network actually offers a great opportunity for the members to share information, discuss and address challenges such as cross-border complaints and acknowledging cultural diversity. Collaboration with our international stakeholders is actually crucial, because it is allowing us to achieve the online safety space that does not have any boundaries, and we are stronger together than apart.
Yeah, that was a great sentiment to lead into questions. Thanks. Yeah, I want to open to the room if anyone has any questions, or if Ella, there's any online. I see there's a couple here, so I might start here, and Ella, if you want to corral the online audience.
Good morning, thank you all. My name is Bia, I come from Brazil, and congrats for the launch of the network. I would like to know if you have already any regulator from Latin America working with you or being part of the network. And for all of you, if you could comment a little bit the idea of the risk assessment from the DSA. If you think that it might work, since some of you have already mentioned that the voluntary approach from the platforms has not been working so far, but I think that even in the DSA, in the European and DSA, you have, there is this idea of that the risk assessment is something that the platforms are going to be responsible for. So if you are hoping that it's going to work now, and because we are from Brazil, we are looking very carefully to this new legislation, the DSA and the DMA in Europe as well, because like in other experience, we have a very good opportunity to take advantage from the European legislation to foster national legislation in Brazil as well. So I would like to hear a little bit from you from this perspective, from the risk assessment, that you think that it might work right now, and also how we could collaborate with you from Latin America. Thank you very much.
Well, I would just say that, I mean, the reason that we wanted to develop risk assessments is so that, again, companies are being mindful that their technologies, their policies, and the processes are being built in ways that don't harm people, or you know, I think it's fair to say that not many people would have started a tech company with the idea of hurting. It always starts with good ideas and good intentions. But we also know that whenever you have humans in the mix, and you can't always moderate human behavior or human malfeasance, and that's what the result is. I was going to say, I am not aware of any independent regulators or statutory authorities in Central or Latin America. In my previous roles in the tech sector, I've definitely worked across Latin America with data protection authorities, and my observation is many countries in Latin America, in particular South America, do tend to follow that European tradition of the data protection authority. But that's something to look into in terms of how we might try and expand our reach. I mean, we haven't talked about this, but over time we might look at model laws, or doing case studies around what has been effective with risk assessments or specific regulatory tools, or in industry codes. And I think in some ways companies will appreciate that, industry will appreciate that. They don't want to be negotiating 190 wildly different sets of codes that they then have to comply with.
Can I add to that, if that's all right, Julie and Matt? Just on the risk assessments, I mean, also, the UK's legislation has risk assessments at the heart of it as well. So companies will be required to do risk assessments on illegal harm. And we'll look at those and see if those are satisfactory. And Ofcom in the UK is also required to do an overall risk assessment to identify the issues that the larger companies should be looking at. This is the category 1, or the biggest companies. Just on the other part of the question, to pick up on Julie's point, and the question about Latin American members. I mean, as Julie's mentioned already, we've sort of agreed, membership of this network, global network, is based on the fact that it's independent regulators that are aligned on commitment to freedom of expression and human rights and so on. However, I think one of the areas we've also discussed is, apart from the core membership, is about convening other authorities and interested parties and NGOs and so on. So we will definitely try and find other ways to engage with those people, both in Latin America, and also, we're ambitious across Europe as well to bring on board other like-minded regulators, but find other ways of engaging with other authorities who won't necessarily kind of meet that kind of core criteria, if you like.
Matt, if I may come in here, just on the subject of risk assessments. I think my colleagues Julie and Kevin have covered issue around participation in the network, and suffice to say that it's we're not going to be standing still in relation to its current formulation. Just in relation to the issue of risk assessments under the DSA, this is work in progress in relation to the format, or if I understood the question correctly, it was around the structure that would be given to that. Obviously, I think it's also something which is facilitated in the Irish legislation. Obviously, the risk assessment under the DSA will have to be tailored to the breadth of issues that are within the scope of the DSA, and these potentially go beyond media content as such. There's other illegal harms that potentially fall within the scope of the DSA. Obviously, our focus in Ireland would be very much on putting a framework around the legislative provisions that will allow a thorough assessment of the risks as they're presented. As I said earlier, I think what will also be very, very key in the risk assessment will be to look at product design to see where the risks might have been mitigated in the first instance, but also to look at a platform's policies, practices and procedures in terms of how they address that, how they mitigate the risk, and to look at ways and try to find ways of minimizing the risk to a much greater extent. So I think there's a broad framework there that can be developed and evolved, but can apply perhaps to address local concerns or more specific local or national needs. But as I said, the risk assessment template for the DSA hasn't obviously been given full effect at this stage, but I would expect that will be a key priority at the European level in 2023.
Thank you. Malcolm Hutty for London Internet Exchange. Since the topic of this session is about harmonising the treatment of online harms, and what we've been introduced to is the regulator-to-regulator network here, which I think is, if I understand correctly, is about learning from each other, regulators learning from each other and developing, if not best practices, maybe that's a bit strong, but at least learning opportunities from what each other are doing. I wondered if that just works in one direction. The regulation of allegedly harmful content is always a balance that is struck within any given
country when they pass legislation in this area, between concerns about what should not be allowed and concerns about protecting freedom of expression and the right to participate online and to receive information online. But that balance is often struck, and mostly struck, before the legislation is passed. So, for example, in the UK context, for example, if we've been talking a couple of weeks ago, Ofcom would have been talking a lot about the content that's harmful to adults as being one of the major pillars of the legislation that's coming. Now it's not going to be, because the government's been persuaded that that's going too far against freedom of expression, and has taken a big chunk out of the bill. So if that regulator-to-regulator contact had happened 2 weeks ago, Ofcom I would expect, would have been describing how you could learn about all what we're doing on content that's harmful to adults that isn't illegal, and now won't be in the same way because it's not included as a result of that change in the balance that was made in the legislative process in the UK. So how would that have been received by the other regulators if Ofcom had been saying that? And do we get a different outcome? Do the other regulators take up the idea of content that's legal but harmful to adults when Ofcom says it, if that debate goes that way in the UK 2 weeks ago, but not spread around the world, if it gets taken out of the bill before Ofcom comes and engages in this regulatory network? Or is there some mechanism, do the regulators challenge each other in the other direction, not only in what are we not doing that we could be doing to suppress harmful content, but also what are we doing that we shouldn't be doing or that should be protecting freedom of expression more? I'm only really aware of the Texas legislation as being legislation that really assesses suppression by trust and safety teams as a major harm in itself. For the most part, the legislation that I'm aware of assumes that freedom of expression ought to underpin harmful regulation. But do the regulators in this network seek to fill in that gap by adding new specific things that should be done to protect that? Or is that just assumed, again, as part of the background, and so the information sharing acts as a ratchet in favor of further suppression?
Other colleagues already talking about the geographic component and the fragmentation between different geographies, but we see fragmentation also inside of the same single country. And why?
I think we have someone who dialed in accidentally.
Concrete, specific problems. Trying to look for.
If you want to just boot them out.
Can we mute him? One example could be to block or filtering contents because they are violating intellectual property rights,
do you want to,
or because they are considered illegal, or
mute them, or
we see examples regarding gambling or many other.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to mute.
So we see laws and regulations that simply say to the internet service provider or to the platform.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, whoever did that.
Yes.
Listen, that was a long question, and I'll probably turn over mostly to Kevin, but I just want to say, I mean, he rightly points out it's legislatures, it's parliaments, it's policymakers that create the laws. And, you know, we certainly had the experience. I think we've been working with I'm going to pronounce this terribly wrong, Celine, Erictas. We've been working with the, you know, the Irish policymakers in terms of shaping, not because we had any particular interest in shaping how Ireland, you know, developed its online safety regulation, but just to answer questions about how our operating model worked, you know, what worked, what didn't, so that others can learn from our mistakes. And you know, the idea of a global network of regulators isn't new. The Global Privacy Assembly was established, I believe, in 1979. We're almost, you know, we have so many data protection authorities or privacy commissioners around the world. We kind of don't think about a time when there wasn't regulation in that area in much of the world. And if you look at the IIC, which are the traditional regulators, and Celine and Kevin would know much more about them, but they've been around even longer. So we have built flexibility into the framework of the network so that we can have certain countries or governments that are interested and fit the criteria to serve as observers, so that they can learn from us too. And sure, we may shape each other's practices. You know, I may learn from Ireland that the way that the fundamental research they've done on changing ideas around how to mitigate self-harm, for instance, works really well according to their evidence, and we might want to try it in Australia. So I can foresee a range of different scenarios when we'll be learning from each other so that we're not reinventing the wheel. I don't think we're here to change anyone's particular way of doing things, because for most of us, our parliaments or Congress or our legislatures will have defined what our functions are, and you know what the risk tolerance is around some of these issues.
Does anyone have a quick comment before I close?
Matt, shall I just pick up on the freedom of expression thing, which is, you know, it's a very valid point made from the floor there about there are different approaches. You know, it is actually baked in to the UK online safety legislation, and Ofcom as the regulator also has a statutory responsibility to consider freedom of expression, to support freedom of expression, which we already do in our broadcasting work. So, you know, it will be forefront of our minds. And just on the wider point about, you know, regulators and how we're going to work, if you like, I think I would echo what Judy just said, which is it's about sharing best practice. You know, we will all be bound by our, as Judy said, by our parliament or by our legislature or by the Oireachtas in Ireland. But you know, so we're not going to try and change what each other are doing. We'll align as far as we can do, but we're very aware these are going to be, you know, relatively different regimes, either in scope or in approach, whether it's, you know, systems and processes in the UK or take down in some other parts of the world.
Awesome, thanks. Well, I'm an optimist at heart, and I think that international collaboration is the only way to be able to solve this. So congrats on launching your network and joining us here in Addis for a really great panel. I'm sure we're all looking forward to everything you guys do over the next few years as the network expands and get some interesting progress on this issue. So thanks so much for joining us, and good night, good morning, good day.
Thanks for making international networks sexy. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Hi, Niti. Hi, Erica. Hi. Oh, I was just checking my sound. Can you hear me?
Can you also hear us? Perfect. We'll wait for 1 more minute just to, and then we'll start. To the multi-stakeholder model. So in this session, we want to talk about the EU ban on RT and Sputnik by the European Commission. We have a great panel to discuss this topic, but the aim of that town hall is really to have a broader debate about this important issue. I will introduce all panelists to you, but before we start, let's have a quick recap on what the issue actually is. So after Russia invaded Ukraine in February this year, the EU decided on the 2nd of March to prohibit the broadcasting of 2 Russian media outlets, R2, formerly known as Russia Today, and Sputnik. Interestingly enough, this was not only for the television broadcasting of these stations, but also for the websites and channels that would stream content from these websites. So other websites that would stream directly from those websites. The prohibition to broadcast was proposed through a restrictive measure that was taken by the EU against Russia in regard to the war. To not to abide this measure in the Netherlands would be a criminal offense. In the Netherlands, 6 websites were mentioned by the AMC, which is the Dutch Authority for Consumers and Markets, and it basically said to ISPs in the Netherlands that these 6 websites should be banned and shouldn't be provided to the consumers who are requesting the website, right? And this could be a hint, at least that's basically what we're going to discuss about. This could be a hint on a new area on internet governance, in which governmental bodies impose policy and regulations top-down, thereby bypassing the consensus-driven and model that we always have regarded as the stakeholder model for internet governance. And the questions that we wanted to, that were in the Netherlands were very much alive. So what is the appropriate scope for those sanctions? To what extent should governing bodies be able to impose these sanctions? And should governing bodies be able to require internet service providers to block certain websites? And to answer those questions, 2 Dutch organizations, the AMS-X and ECP, which is the Dutch platform for information society, brought together a public-private partners to discuss in a neutral and, well, closed settings to create an argument map that you all have received. If you don't have one, they're more up here in the front. To discuss the arguments for and against this internet blockade. And the question that started this discussion is the question that's in the middle. That is, what are the arguments in the Netherlands for and against the EU regulation requiring internet service providers to block the websites of RT and Sputnik News? So 30 experts from different organizations, government, private sector, NGOs, have discussed that question, and they came up with several arguments that are presented here on this map. And today we're going to run through them, but also see how they echo in a more international surrounding, or if they could be coupled to a broader international discussion. So let me start by introducing the panelists. We've got 2 panelists online and 2 panelists here in the room. We've got Niti Biani from the Internet Society. She's here online. We have Bastiaan Goslings from RIPE NCC. We have Mieke van Heesewijk from the SIDN Foundation. And we have got Erika Moret from the Graduate Institute of Geneva. With whom I will just run the list by as I presented them. So maybe I could first ask Niti Biani to introduce herself a bit and also to have her reflections on the argument map as it has been presented today.
Thank you so much. I've already been introduced, but I'll just say this about the Internet Society. So I am Niti. I'm based out in New Delhi in India, and I work with the Internet Society, which is a global not-for-profit organization that works for an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet. So, just a few reflections based off of the argument map that's been shared with everyone here. The argument map is basically based on, the blocking of RT and Sputnik News. But what's more important also to remember that, because of the tumultuous year that we've had, with Ukraine and Russia and the Ukrainian crisis, the requests to, block or sanction didn't just stop at the content layer, which is, what we see with these news websites. In fact, in February, Ukraine officials even asked ICANN to shut down root servers in Russia. They asked RIPE NCC to revoke the rights of Russian members to IPv4 and IPv6 addresses. And then, in March, subsequently, we saw 2 internet infrastructure companies called Cogent and Lumen shutting down Russian networks from the internet. And these actions have several different motivations. So the request that Ukraine had made was a geopolitical request, hoping to, as we say, shut down the Russian internet, whereas Cogent and Lumen, their actions were more motivated, to pick a side, as many businesses, organizations, individuals and governments have to do in such a conflict-ridden state of affairs. And Cogent and Lumen therefore thought that their businesses would do better if they were to completely withdraw from Russia. At the Internet Society, we're of the position that the internet is a great shared resource. It's a force for good for everyone. And, it's a resource that belongs to nobody. And at the same time, it belongs to everybody. So, we're of the position that internet sanctions and similarly politically motivated decisions that impact the open global internet fundamentally undermines everything that the internet needs to exist and all of those conditions that the internet needs to thrive. And at the same time, political sanctions, politically motivated decisions go against the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. These proposals and actions that we've seen, they result not only in sanctioning, what we know as a nation state. It is, after all, a social construct, right? A nation state. But what happens is that these proposals and actions result in disconnecting users and therefore threaten this open, public, very, very crucial resource that we have for everyone. And ultimately, if these actions do go through, thankfully, world leaders have been resisting these calls. The internet community in totality has been resisting these calls. But ultimately, if these actions were to go through, network operations would be disrupted far beyond a certain country's borders. They would have unintended consequences that would undermine the use of the internet by people in Russia. It would most importantly, I think, fragment the internet along geographical, political, commercial, and technical boundaries. And, everyone who's in the internet community or is part of the technical community or even just uses the internet knows that the reason it is so seamless is because there are no boundaries in the internet or on the internet. And also, as a result of these actions, we don't want to go about setting a dangerous precedent that would undermine trust in the multi-stakeholder governance process. So I'm just going to pause here. These were like a few initial thoughts, but over to you.
Thank you, Niti, for these reflections. I introduced you to the two speakers here, and also the organizations that they are working for. But I do want to mention that they are speaking on their personal capacity and not per se representing, as I understood it, the organizations that they are working with as well. So let me move here to in room here next to me is Bastiaan Goslings. Well, the same question to you. Which was if you could maybe introduce yourself, but also to have a first reflection on the argument map and
sure.
Your vision. Thank you.
No, thank you. Because some very interesting reflections from the Internet Society, but not directly related to the map as such. I'm Bastiaan Goslings. I'm Dutch. I live in the Netherlands. I work for the RIPE-NCC, the Regional Internet Registry, for the region Europe, Middle East, Central Asia, and former Soviet republics. So actually, what we are discussing here is also something that takes place within our service region. So from that perspective, there is an interest. I took part in one of the sessions, that led to this argument map, which was very interesting. But I will be speaking now on my personal behalf, unless maybe at a later stage, if we also want to discuss elements like what the Ukrainian government called the RIPE-NCC to do in terms of deregistering resources from Russian networks. But with regard to the argument map, I feel that there are basically two angles you can look at this from. Initially, the order itself, how it came about and what the underlying rationale of it is. From what I've learned, it happened over a weekend. It went really, really fast. So unanimously, the member states of the European Union decided that this was necessary and had to be implemented. The Parliament was only informed ex post. They were not part of this. So some argue that you can question the actual legitimacy of this order. And also in terms of the proportionality of it, the European orders, they specifically refer that to the fact that this order is in line, I think they use the term consistent, with the European Convention on Human Rights, and they refer to freedom of expression, freedom of information, stuff like that. So it's not conflicting as such with those fundamental rights. And on the other hand, and I'm totally aware of the fact that human rights as such are not absolute, right? There's always a balancing that has to take place. And the European Union in this case also refers to the fact, to the public order aspect of it, and security potentially of European citizens being affected. So that would then be a reason, and the way I read it, to emphasize that, and that being more important than maybe the aspect of freedom of expression and information being limited here. I personally feel that that is not substantiated sufficiently, that argument. So I do think that people who are opposing this have a point there. And as a bit of context, in the Netherlands, shortly after these orders were published, a number of ISPs, journalists, and also some NGOs, that decided to take this to the European Court, related to, the aspects I just mentioned, with regard to the legitimacy of this proposal and the proportionality of it. And then the other hand, I said there are two angles. I won't go into too much detail with regard to the second, but then with regard to the implementation side of it, like the order itself is quite generic, and Guus already referred to the Dutch Regulatory Authority that listed these websites. But it is, at least for Dutch ISPs, quite unclear what exactly are they meant to do. What are these websites? That's just an assessment of the regulatory authority. The regulatory authority is not mandating ISPs to do so. I think most of the ISPs are blocking it via the DNS, which in itself is not very effective. If you want to circumvent that, right? You use a Tor browser, or even more easy, you change your DNS settings. So also for the ISPs, the order itself is unclear. How long are they meant to comply with? Besides the fact how you comply, but how long are you actually meant to comply with this? Yeah, until the war ends, I think. Is that? So there are a number of practical questions as well, that I think are quite concerning here. But I will leave it at this for my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Bastiaan, for your words. And it's very nice that you have these two angles. And I do think that indeed, besides the political argument or the political view on the legitimacy of such a blockade, it's of course the implementation issues are very much real. Regarding the end of the blockade, I think that the European Commission said that there are two conditions for the blockade to stop, which is one, to stop after Russia has stopped its invasion of Ukraine, and when RT and Sputnik will have stopped Russian propaganda and disinformation. So it's a very, very challenging and ambiguous end phase of this ban. Let us move now back to online. We have a second speaker online, which is Erika Moret from the Graduate Institute of Geneva. I basically want to ask you the same question. If you could please quickly introduce yourself, but also have your reflections on the blockade of RT out of your own expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Erika Moret. I am based in Switzerland. I've been working on sanctions for almost 20 years, and that means I work across the whole range of both multilateral and autonomous sanctions regimes, tackling a whole range of objectives. And so what I'll try and do today is draw from some of that wider reflections from the sanctions world as well, if you'll permit me. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you on the work that you've been doing here. I found the argument map a really comprehensive and very useful tool for which to base this type of discussion. And I wish I would see similar things elsewhere when we're looking at sanctions in other areas. So I think it's fantastic that you're having this discussion today and using this map. So I would like to first of all take a step back and say that a lot of these debates that you're referring to today and that are actually outlined in the map, in the argument map, are ones that we are seeing elsewhere in relation to other sanctions regimes. And what we're seeing, of course, is this explosion of sanctions across various different targets in the world, to tackle a growing range of objectives and using new types of sanctions as well. So I would say that we can think about these internet sanctions as part of that kind of expansion of sanctions, which are becoming a kind of ever popular tool of foreign and security policy. Another really important thing to note here is that we're seeing increased use of sanctions outside of the multilateral framework, so outside of the UN Security Council, and we're seeing growing collaboration between a core set of sanctions actors. That's to say the EU alongside the United States and now the United Kingdom and Canada, with a number of other countries joining in as well. So I think it's really important here that when we're thinking about EU sanctions, this is also very typically in collaboration with other actors as well, with other close allies. And therefore, we need to be thinking about some of the cumulative impacts as well across the board that are happening more widely in geographical terms. Some of the topics that you've highlighted as well, such as overcompliance, difficulty understanding what is required, the risk of protracted sanctions regimes, and this very delicate balance between human rights and other considerations is again really topical at the moment across other areas of sanctions as well. So I also wanted to just take a step back, like Niti, and mention following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February, we see a new page, of course, in international relations, in diplomacy and global security, but it's also changing the face of debates regarding sanctions generally, including against internet service providers. And I think we can look back to the call from the government of Ukraine, which was really unprecedented, to cut off Russia's access to the internet, which if it had been enacted, it could have turned Russia into a digital island, in inverted commas. And that's, of course, at the time when the Russia Today and Sputnik restrictions, sanctions came in. The Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers responded to this request, turning it down, highlighting it wasn't within their power to enact such a move. And RIPE also argued that the means to communicate should not be affected by domestic political disputes, international conflicts, and war. What we've seen, however, is the more nuanced adoption of sanctions against these TV stations is somewhat similar to earlier moves that we've seen elsewhere, including against certain targets in Iran, Syria, and Sudan. And another really notable shift here, which you've already highlighted in the argument map, is this mass withdrawal from Russia by a range of multinational firms. And this has included technology, internet, social media companies, and so on. And this takes a number of forms. It can be adherence to sanctions in place. It can be over-compliance. It can be linked to financial sector de-risking or wider voluntary boycotts. But cumulatively, this has served to amplify the impacts of the internet restrictions that are in place. Excuse me. And so this increasingly complex and far-reaching sanctions landscape that we've already seen explained well in the sanctions map, in the argument chart, presents multiple challenges to private sector companies, as well as NGOs and others, individuals too, that may struggle to understand what activities are allowed and what steps must be taken to avoid falling foul of the measures. And I'll just conclude with a few reflections here. Global sanctions regimes can impact on the internet service providers in a variety of different ways. But the findings that I'm picking up on is that firms in particular are not really equipped with sufficient tools or know-how to navigate these regulations effectively. And I think this is a big problem that we see not just likely in the Netherlands, but elsewhere in Europe and elsewhere in the world. This risks putting companies in breach of international law or regional national legal frameworks, and it could put them, make them subject to fines and criminal prosecutions. And it results in a range of compliance risks. It could be over-compliance, it could be under-compliance or non-compliance. It could also be incorrect application. It could be compliance that's too early. It can link to financial sector de-risking, where banks and other financial institutions step away from certain organizations or countries, either because of the risk of penalties or because of the bureaucratic burden. Or it could even be customers seeking compensation or suing for damages. And then, of course, we have the very pertinent questions that remain on human rights, merits of an open society, and then security and privacy concerns. So I'll stop there, but I look forward to engaging in more detail. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Erica, for your reflections. And it's indeed very interesting to place these very concrete sanctions that are, well, effective in the European Union in this broader scheme of discussions that we saw also happening at the same time with the call to have broader internet sanctions, where I had to think back on this WEF paper from 6 years ago, from 2016, where they list basically 3 forms of internet fragmentation. Mainly, they make a distinction there between the technical fragmentation, which is the sanctions that were basically the call from Ukraine government to ICANN and RIPE. We've got they define governmental fragmentation, which is something that I think that we're discussing right now. And then they also discuss commercial fragmentation, which has to do with, well, basically with platforms. Not to bring something new to the discussion, but just to reflect on the fact that we are really looking to the real implications of those possibilities that were already discussed in that paper 6 years ago. So maybe food for thought later in the discussion. Let me move back to here in the room to Mieke van Heeswijk. The same question to you, if you could introduce yourself, but also have your personal reflections on this argument map.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mieke van Heeswijk, and I work as a deputy director of the SIDN Fund. But I'm also in the board of commissioners of a big Dutch publishing company. In this regard, this could be interesting. And I used to be in the board of .org as a trustee member. So I couldn't agree more with the reflections of Internet Society on this topic. And a lot has been said already. And for myself, I'm really on the right side of the argument map. And the discussion today is not about the core of the internet, although it was mentioned a couple of times before. And I take a really democratic point of view. I don't think it's up to the EU Commission to take these sanctions on Russia, because why not take sanctions on other countries which are in war? So that's, I think that's my main, that's the main argument I stand for. And this also makes that people will going to distrust the core of the internet, but also distrust the internet as a whole. And that is, I think, a shame and dangerous for a free, open, strong internet. So I leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mieke. So now we have a little bit of an overview of where the different speakers are coming from. Well, the idea is basically to discuss in a town hall setting this map, and therefore I'm also turning to you to see if there are any things that was everyone able to take a look at the map? I see a lot of people nodding, so that's great. And I think that for us, or well, not for us, for ECP, who wrote the map, not per se for the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's very interesting to hear what the different views are. And I think that there are a few key questions that we're looking at. Is so what arguments do you think are most valuable, and what arguments are how should we weigh these arguments? But also, are there certain arguments missing in this map, and how could we add or contribute or and improve it in a more international way? I already saw one finger, 2 fingers. And so 3, 4. So yeah. Should we get? Well, let's just see. Let's start. And then yeah.
Hi, Paul. It's Paul here. I'm just. There's two things in the discussion that hasn't yet come up that I think is important to keep in mind. The first one is that while there has been an effort since the invasion of Ukraine from certain quarters, like the Ukrainian government, to isolate Russia's internet from the global community, the reality is that Russia isolated itself. It isolated its own internet in 2012. There has been blacklisting of IP addresses, domain names. The Russian state does not have it already has a fragmented internet. So I think any discussion about what actions cause a fragmentation of the internet that we're having today should not lose sight of a history of countries who have done so, and that very much includes Russia. Russia has very much dictated what its own people are able to access on the internet. The second thing that I think we shouldn't lose sight of is that we're able to have this discussion about the European Union's directions, about what the Dutch government did. We're able to criticize, we're able to critically and academically and however we want to engage. I can say that the Dutch government are total morons and that they have ugly shoes and that the country is terrible, and the gentleman from the foreign ministry will smile and laugh and I won't be kicked out of the country. You cannot say that about all societies. So I think we need to sort of keep in mind, so I very strongly am of the view that the European Union has misstepped in some respects as to what their response has been. With regards to blacklisting RT and Sputnik, I think we can look at particular points on the map, but we can have that discussion. We can say that Ukraine was well within its sovereign rights as a country to request assistance in defending itself in a war of aggression. But by the same token, the internet community responded accordingly to that request. You can say that you had every right to make the request and we didn't accept it. That's not the attitude from certain states, and I think we shouldn't ever lose sight of that, lest we tolerate hypocrisy and nonsense. Thank you. And no, I don't think the Dutch are stupid.
Great. I just wanted to ask your last name so I can put you on the blacklist. But let's move to the gentleman in front who also had his hand up. There's a mic coming over. Yeah, that one.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting issue to be raised here. Actually, I think we have been discussing a lot about the notion of fragmentation and also national sovereignty. And I couldn't find any good balance between these two, that we at the same time we are looking for a universal internet and not fragmented internet, but at this on the other side of the page we are dealing with a kind of the national sovereignty concerns. But what is happening here in the case of the Ukrainian and Russian conflict and the map, the argument of the map, is that the main argument is the dissemination of the misinformation. Yesterday, in the early morning, in this room, we had another session about the level of the misinformation, disinformation has been propagated by the Ukrainians. One of the gentlemen presented the slides with some statistics inside it. And if the rationale behind those kind of the sanctions is the spreading of the misinformation and disinformation, it should be applied in the balanced way between two sides, not only one side. What is happening now, and in the case of the EU sanctions, is something different from the national sovereignty concerns, that some countries, because of their own sovereignty concern, may have their own policies. But what is happening now is the politicization or over-politicization of the internet that just has been pretexted by the disinformation and misinformation, whilst at the same time we have another claim that has been presented yesterday just here about the other side of the conflict. And it's a kind of the over-politicization that we think about and we should be concerned about. I'm Sayed from a university in Tehran.
Thank you very much. Let's have two more, or I've received four more hands. That's great. Just maybe the first person in the front, and then we can go to the. You can pass it on yourself. In the back.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Could you please introduce yourself before you start?
I'm Michel Kinmel. I'm the Advisor for Communication and Information at UNESCO, office in Dakar. First of all, I want to commend you for this presentation of the two sides of the argument. When I look into all these discussions on the issues of disinformation, this morning in this very room we have been discussing on the regulation. And I believe that in almost most of the European countries, they have law in place, regulatory mechanism to address the issues of disinformation. And disinformation doesn't come only through Sputnik or IT, it comes from different channels and even social platforms that are also relaying different types of disinformation and even probably social platforms are the main layer of disinformation than even traditional media or even Sputnik or RT. So I'm concerned what's the types of message that this is being conveying in terms of addressing the issues of disinformation. Secondly, we all know from academic literature that whenever there is war, there's propaganda from both sides of the war and for all the parties involved in that. If the European Union is so much concerned with the issues of disinformation, are they actually addressing the disinformation from the different sides? Not only those or the parties that are involved in the conflict, but also the parties that have some interest in seeing either the conflict to continue or the conflict to stop. What are the actions that they are taking to actually address the disinformation that all those entities are actually manufacturing and distributing through our different channels? So it looks like, and finally, Ukrainian war is not the only war ongoing in the world where disinformation is being spread through traditional means, traditional media, and also social network and so on. Why the EU is not also in its engagement toward addressing the issues of disinformation, also taking action to counter the disinformation related to the wars that are also going on, let's say in Yemen, and we know how this is impacting the life of people out there. So we want to see what is the real message that EU is trying to convey through these types of decision. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. You can just move the microphone to the back. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Michaela Shapiro. I work for Global Partners Digital. I also wanted to pick up on the point of what the ultimate message is coming from the European Union. I was thinking about this from the elements, I think it was Erica who mentioned the technical aspects of how to enforce these kind of sanctions, that even the private sector, the firms that have the most technical know-how, are often unable to comply with these due to lack of technical know-how or the tools existing to do that. So I guess to me, the technical element of how to enact and implement these sanctions is an element that I was hoping maybe we could talk a little bit more and hear more about, because to me, at least from the map, that's the one element that was, at least to me, seemed a little played down, that you can circumvent this relatively easily. And that was something that also came up. I was recently at an IETF session that was all about how to circumvent when governments are blocking certain websites, in this case, ostensibly more likely to be accurate information, but you can see it from both sides, that there is technology to circumvent these blockades. So what is the ultimate aim if you can circumvent it easily? If it's purely symbolic, then that might be the better way to present it. Thank you.
I'll hop in here as well. My name is Kian Vjestensen. I work for Freedom House. Many compliments on this map. It's very useful, and I suppose my only complaint is that my team and I spent many hours deliberating and didn't come up with anything quite so clean and beautiful. So I look forward to sharing that with them. One question that we lost some amount of sleep over that I might pass on to the panel and to the room, our view is that the procedural circumstances of the sanctions contributed to a certain extent the greater harms that we see represented on the con side. This rushed process producing an overly broad set of sanctions documents with lack of clarity for ISPs on implementation, no sunset provision, all of these things that the panelists discussed. And so I wonder the thoughts of the panelists in the room as to, I suppose, under what procedural circumstances such sanctions could be appropriate and less harmful when we're speaking about the human rights concerns. Would following proper consultation with civil society and other stakeholders have mitigated these harms, or proper procedure within the EU and other structures? Very curious for your thoughts.
Oh, we'll take one last person from the room. Well, not last, but before. Sorry, yeah, and then we can swerve back to the panelists and then go back to the room again.
Thank you. Again, a fabulous map, really helpful, really comprehensive. I've thought of one possible argument in favour that is not represented. and I'd like to put it to the panelists for their thought. And because it's very controversial, my name is Malcolm, I have no surname, and I have no affiliation with any organisation. I'm just a concerned citizen that walked in off the street. When we talk about policy at the IGF, normally, even though we have different conceptions of the good, and we have different views on how to get there, we're all trying to work together and collaborate towards improving the world. This isn't one of those cases. This is geopolitical conflict. The argument here is really that this damages Russia, so we're going to do it. Because we want to damage Russia, because they're invading the Ukraine and we want to pressure them to get out. We here being the policymakers that are doing this, not me. I think that's really the argument. Now, the EU does not wish to publicly acknowledge that it's in a sort of low-level or economic war with Russia, because that's an escalation in itself, to acknowledge that. And so it comes up with this stuff about disinformation and so forth. And those arguments are as weak as they always are whenever this type of mechanism is used to block access to content on the internet. But this is not the same kind of circumstance, because we're not aiming at making the world a better place here. We're aiming at harming the other guy in the hope of making him back off. And that's the justification. Or to put it slightly differently, and maybe slightly more attractively, it's better to do this than advance the British and American army of the Rhine into Crimea. And that's the justification for it. And so I'd like to hear the panelists' view on that as an argument. And I'd also like to hear their reaction to the implications of that for whatever precedent value this might have, because that would take this out of the scope of any assessment of being a precedent for other kinds of disinformation and so forth. It would be relevant for geopolitical conflict, but not as a means to address other matters of public concern or public policy issues.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting point. I thought that I wouldn't say too much myself this session, but I will provide one insight. This is my personal insight. When this regulation was made, I think it's very interesting that we're all discussing this from an Internet governance perspective, which isn't strange, being at the Internet Governance Forum. However, the blocking of RT and Sputnik started out as a blockage of the television stations that, due to the European single market, were placed under a license of Sweden, but were channeling through to Estonia, Lithuania, countries with a big Russian population that were watching these channels a lot. And so we had at least the Dutch perspective is that we had 2 television channels that were basically owned by a nation-state actor that were promoting disinformation and propaganda regarding this war, being aimed at the European, members of the European Union and people living in the European Union. So they started, I think that at least for the Netherlands, it started out as the television blockage. And then, of course, the question is, well, if you're going to block the channels, they can still look at it online. So you also have to, there's a need to block it online. So I think it's a very interesting extra argument, and I do urge all the panelists to also take a look at it as a way of possibly harming Russia. But I do think that the first intention was to protect European citizens being specifically targeted for Russian state disinformation. And I also doubt how much Russia made with, I don't know how much they made with advertisements on those 2 channels. I don't guess it will be that much. I don't know what the economic effects were of this that map. This ban, that would be interesting maybe to take a look at. We now had 6 very interesting comments, and I wrote them all down. I hope that you also did so. So I'm not going to ask specific panelists to reply to specific points made, but I do want to hear your reflection on this. And let us start with Bastiaan. Maybe you could start with some reflections on the comments made.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, great comments, very interesting. I took a couple of notes. Yeah, and with regard to the disinformation aspect that the gentleman from UNESCO mentioned, I think that was a very interesting take, and I do agree. Whether that then would mean, at least from my perspective, that others who are also involved in spreading disinformation would need to be treated the same way in terms of being sanctioned. That's not what you said, but I think I would disagree there. That would more, for me, be a reason not to impose these type of sanctions, right? I don't think, from a principle perspective, I don't think we want to fight disinformation by using censorship measures, which I think this basically is. Not everyone will agree with that. I'm sure that the European Union will not agree with that, but I found that an interesting take. The gentleman, I forgot his name, sitting behind your neck, with regard to circumvention. Oh, and there was a lady. Sorry, the technical means, right? Like, I think that's a very, very interesting one. I briefly refer to the fact, that the feedback I get from at least a number of Dutch ISPs that they're using also as an argument that is very, very trivial to circumvent this. I don't know what the solution will be there. Yeah, that's for me just more of an argument, right? Like, what is it going to be effective, this type of measure? And maybe, yeah, quick reflection on what Malcolm mentioned. I think that's a very interesting one as well. My take on, what I read, what the European Union came up with, and what I heard from others is, I think I would be inclined to agree with Guus from Foreign Affairs, that from my perspective, there was not the intention to punish Russia as such. It was more from the angle of protecting the public order and security of our European citizens. But as I referred to earlier, I don't think that the arguments are very substantial there. So that might indicate that this could be a precedent that, if it's so easy to come with these type of orders, looking at the arguments they use, that could be used in other areas as well. So that could be in concern, I think. I don't know if that's useful or not.
Yeah, I would like to reflect on the gentleman with the beard. As my mother told me, she always said, don't do to others what others do to you. And if we stand for an open, free, strong internet, we should stick to our principles in this regard, I think. Although Russia and maybe China take different measurements on infecting the open internet as we know it. And I couldn't agree more with this gentleman here because, well, we have a lot of wars in the world, and why should politicians decide what is this information? They will be very busy if this will be a task of, I don't know, the European Parliament to start sanctions on every war and pick a side there. I totally disagree with that. So that's my reflection.
Thank you, Mieke. Let's also move in line. Niti, I hope you were able to follow the discussion here. And I was wondering if you could also reflect on the comments made. And maybe also, I thought the question of Kian was very interesting regarding could it be that what procedures would justify such a ban? Maybe both for you and Erica to also answer that question, because that hasn't been answered yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that I've heard in many different ways is that the map is probably also lacking a human rights analysis. Like, has it considered human rights, international human rights laws, international human rights treaties? That is one big element that I felt was missing when I was looking at the map. A gentleman at the very start mentioned that Russia chose to disconnect itself in 2012, and therefore what we're doing by asking, at least putting in a request to disconnect Russia is not out of our right. We can go on all day about this argument whether we're within our right to ask an entire country to be disconnected. And also we can keep arguing that, they're already fundamentally disconnected. They don't quite use the same similar internet that the rest of the world does. But we do believe in the absolute value of the internet being being used by the end user, right? So regardless of nationality, creed, race, caste, color, etc. The internet's a place of opportunity. And if there is even one person in Russia who believes that the internet is that place of opportunity that they'd like to use, we'd absolutely want to, and we'd like to ensure that the internet remains open and connected and secure, and most importantly, trustworthy for them to be able to use. So yeah, I think it's an argument that we can go back and forth on, whether it's in our right to ask an entire country to be disconnected from the internet. But as internet society, we'd not want to see that at all. On the question of misinformation, there were a couple of questions asked on misinformation. I feel like there are very many proposals from countries to tackle this exact same question, right? Misinformation. There's so much harmful content. There's so much, child sexual abuse material on the internet. There's so much misinformation. There's so much propaganda, and therefore we must sort of, rein in all of these conversations happening online. But as you very rightly said, Chair, that governments would be extremely busy if they were to sit down and decide what people must consume and what people must not, or how they would judge certain content to be true, certain content to be truthful, and how they would not. Because if I am to philosophize this a bit more, we do live in a post-truth society. So, there is no one truth anymore. And therefore, we have all of these different questions of what the truth really is, or what information is, or what misinformation is. But then having said that, these proposals that we're seeing increasingly point towards the same thing, that we have a problem with content moderation. Now, at the Internet Society, we do believe that content moderation is essential. Spaces need to be safe, but at the same time, is it worth then meddling with the core of the internet or the infrastructure of the internet? Perhaps not. I mean, that's my view in a nutshell. I'm just going to pass it over to Erica in the interest of time.
Thank you very much, Niti. My reflection here is that it's really important to link in all of these arguments with the wider strategies that the EU is making use of. And I'd like to split this down into a few sections. So the first is really working out what the impact of these sanctions are intended to be. And when we're looking at sanctions across the board, we kind of often split it down according to different types of purposes. It could be just symbolic in value. It could be that the mere fact that these sanctions have been put in place is to signal discontent at the disinformation that's contained in Russia Today and Sputnik. And symbolic objectives is a very common purpose of sanctions. Whether they're intended to coerce some kind of change in behavior or constrain access to vital resources or tools or platforms, and I think that this latter one is quite an important one here. A key objective is to constrain access to disinformation among European audiences. And I think that this needs to be communicated. What are the objectives of the particular sanctions? What are they intended to achieve? And that will help answer the question as to whether it's just going to lead to a displacement of disinformation sources elsewhere, or if they're really intended to kind of shut them down. And I think that's a really big question that will help provide more clarity on that level. We also don't yet have an effective tool to measure impacts and effectiveness of sanctions in the EU, or in most places, in fact. The EU is now working towards developing tools to assess the effectiveness of sanctions. The US is starting to do the same. We have various mechanisms in place to allow us to assess impacts and effectiveness of UN sanctions already. So I think there's a lot to be learned from elsewhere here. And I think it's really important that there is a reflection as to the utility of the measures that are in place. Then I think turning to the question of lifting, how long should they be in place and at what point should they be lifted is another important one, because the risk is that what we see elsewhere is protracted sanctions regimes that stay in place for a long time and don't always achieve their original purposes. Clear guidance for private sector and for others is really vital, as we've already established. And then a wider strategy on disinformation. How is the EU tackling disinformation? How can it be linked into other tools that the EU is already making use of, whether it's the cyber toolbox, whether it's the EU versus Disinfo website, and other initiatives. And I think that's really, really vital here, because this is going to be an issue that will come up in a variety of other contexts, not just in relation to Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niti and Erica, for your reflections. We started a little bit late, so I want to give the room, if they want, the opportunity to... Can I give the room the opportunity to react, if they want? Yeah? Okay. So I don't know if there are any reflections. I just wanted to mention that, I mean, the whole map was created under Chatham House rule. We heard a lot of discussion, a lot of arguments today on the con side, but of course the pro side didn't feel itself. So there were a lot of people, of course, also there that were in favor. And regarding the human rights approach, I think that for at least if you take a look at, and there are some people here in the room that may be able to be more articulate about it, but I think that within the freedom of expression space, there's a discussion happening whether and how much that you also have to write unreliable and secure, like correct information. That's also a part of what's intended, or at least that's a way of how you can read Article 19. And then, of course, Article 19.2 states out that the state has certain reasons when it comes to national security to infringe the freedom of expression. So I thought it was quite interesting that also people that are very much on the freedom of expression side of things are also sometimes very active and very articulate on ways and the reason why we should try to counter disinformation, because it is a threat both to the public and also to journalists and media workers, etc. That being said, are there any people here in the room that want to react on this? Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much for a really interesting discussion so far. My name's Alex Bradbrook. I work in the UK government in the Department for Digital in the UK, and I was actually somewhat involved in the UK's own sanctions against RT and Sputnik and the wider approach to Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year. I'm going to keep my remarks fairly brief because I'm sure others will have interesting points too, but I think I just wanted to draw everyone's minds back to the situation that we were in back in March and April. Certainly in the UK, and I think it's probably fair to say in the EU as well, we saw a very real threat in place happening very quickly to UK audiences posed by Russian information operations, of which RT and Sputnik were part of it. There's a real threat to the UK's social cohesion, to Russia's attempts to influence our populations as well. We needed to act fast. So obviously the reaction wasn't going to be perfect, but we needed to do something quickly for our own national security. I think in terms of some of the other comments which have been made and some of the arguments on the map as well, which I thought was a brilliant piece of work, I would just say just because something isn't perfect doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it, right? So, like, okay, yes, some of the sanctions can be evaded by VPNs and other technologies, but it's still reducing the reach. So just because it's not perfect doesn't mean that we shouldn't still try and do it. Also, one of the arguments that is sometimes made on these things is kind of the slippery slope argument that, you know, oh, is this going to lead to more censorship and more crackdowns against stations or channels which don't fit, you know, with the norms and the democratic values that we have in the UK. Again, I'd kind of reject that as well, because we have very strong oversight, we have very strong interest and from parliamentarians and interested groups. So I think, you know, given that we have such a strong, thriving democratic society in the UK and, you know, arguing the UK in the EU as well, I don't think that's a very real risk. However, I would also really strongly agree with the last speaker saying that there's a real need to have really comprehensive disinformation strategies and to really have disinformation at the heart of when we are legislating on online safety. So it's been a big part of our online safety bill, which is going through the UK Parliament at the moment. I know disinformation has been a really key debate in the EU DSA as well. And I think we need to continually think about how we are addressing disinformation and around both state-sponsored disinformation and also disinformation against kind of health threats and other things as well, like COVID as well. So just a few thoughts there. I hope that was very interesting. Pass to someone else now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Stephanie? Oh, perfect. There's a question from the chat.
Thank you. I shall read it. So the question is from Amir from the Iranian academic community.
And their question is, what is the relation between the unilateral coercive measure in digital world and human rights in digital age, especially internet-related unilateral sanctions in domains like access, digital resources, technology, DNS, and capacity building that are being applied by some states against other nations that could be a great barrier towards national development goals and constitute violation of human rights obligations? And lastly, what would be a contribution of the Global Digital Compact to address these critical issues and implementation of these solutions?
I will look at the panelists. Maybe we should first look online. Neti or Erika, do you have a reply to the question of Amir?
Niti, shall I go very quickly and I'll hand to you? Okay, I think that's a really excellent point. Thank you for raising it. And I think that this is really a challenge of all sanctions regimes today, that the unintended consequences need to be very carefully considered. And the more that can be done at the point of sanctions design, so before the sanctions are even put into place, the better. There are, of course, constraints in that sanctions sometimes need to be adopted very quickly, as we've heard in this particular context. But with the bolstering of expertise and capacity within governments and within the EU itself, I think it would be vital to include experts on human rights in association with internet access. Also alongside wider questions of human rights and humanitarian impacts and so on. And I think this is increasingly being done. There's a variety of fora now that exist within the EU and elsewhere that help governments draw on expertise and thinking from various stakeholder groups. And I think it's particularly important in this particular example.
Yeah, I think I don't have a lot to add to what Erika's already said, but I think I will go back to just saying that, there's been multi-years global campaigns, to constantly keep it on. And while I don't think we recognize the access to the internet as a human right yet, but I know that all three generations of human rights are absolutely dependent on access to the internet. And there are hundreds of human rights organizations that have recognized that internet shutdowns, very much like sanctions, are an attack on fundamental rights and freedoms. And we don't just stand to sort of in an abstract way violate human rights. There are very many very tangible things like the economy, healthcare, learning, trade that stand to be dented. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you very much, Niti. Bastiaan, Mieke?
Yeah, thanks. And I totally agree with the points that Erika just made. I remember, when we were working on the argument map, I think, in all fairness, I'm inclined to go to the con side, as maybe my introduction also indicated. But during the exercise, we were also meant, to take the other side, and in my case, and also come up with arguments why this is a good thing. And I refer to as an example then that it is a good thing that in the orders itself and the accompanying information that the European Union actually refers to the fact that it is consistent with human rights and the European Convention on Human Rights, etc., etc. So from that aspect, them taking that into consideration is a good thing. But I totally agree, that what I hear about how the process went and the haste, I don't really understand why. And that it was basically decided by the member states without the parliament being involved, and certainly not with other stakeholders being involved. Yeah, I think that's very unfortunate. And from that perspective, I think, the points that Erika just made are very relevant and good points. Yeah.
Okay, one last remark from my point of view. I think we're in a critical point in the development of the internet and the possible fragmentation of the internet. And well, we don't see the solutions yet, but I think this discussion helps maturing the internet at this point. So I'm really engaged in this discussion and looking forward to the solutions.
Thank you, Mieke. I'll have a look at our rapporteur. I'm not sure if you want to give a wrap-up or will you do that later? Okay, she will do that later. Then I want to thank everyone for your attention. I want to thank the panelists for their excellent points. I think we have learned some excellent extra points that we can make on these on the argument map. I think that the call for to have it better articulated, have more time to discuss this ban in a more multi-stakeholder fashion would have helped with both the legitimacy and also the implementation of the blockade. So I think that these are very key points that we can take home. I want to thank Marjolein Bondhuis from ECP for both taking the initiative for this excellent map, but also for hosting this session. And I want to thank all the panelists for the excellent points. Thank you very much.
ICANN's Open Forum. This year's theme is reducing inequality by enabling inclusive and resilient internet through global partnerships for sustainable development. And you've got a unique opportunity here. ICANN is a long-standing supporter of the IGF. We have 4 members of our board here. So you have the opportunity to ask questions. I'd like to briefly introduce them. They all have long experience in the space. Edmund Chung is working on internationalized domain names and universal acceptance, making the internet accessible in multiple languages and scripts. Martin Butterman, who is the former chair of the board and has a long-term support of the Dynamic Coalition on the Internet of Things. Joran Marby, who is the CEO of ICANN, and Avri Doria, who is a long-term supporter of the importance of internet governance schools. We will have an opportunity for you to all ask questions, and we will take them after the speakers have handled some initial comments. Before we go to the panel, what I'd like to do is ask my colleague Vera Major, who's our online moderator, and she's going to go over the session guidelines and how to ask your questions.
Thank you, Mandy. Hello, everyone. My name is Vera Major, and I will be your online moderator for the ICANN Open Forum. So for on-site participant, thank you. I've been just given a mic. For on-site participant, if you wish to speak and ask a question during the session, raise your hand and we'll pass a mic to you. For virtual participants, please post your questions in the chat. Please note that I will read aloud comments and questions submitted in English within the designated discussion time. When submitting a question or a comment that you want to read out loud on the mic, please start with question and end with question, or comment and end with comment. Text outside these quotes will be considered part of the chat and will not be read out loud on the microphone. I will also be posting these in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us get started then. So how does ICANN support global meaningful connectivity and sustainable development? Avri, can we start with you? I'm sorry. My apologies. Joran is going to give some introductory remarks.
I don't have to. I would be very happy if I don't have to talk again. Anyway, my friends, thank you very much, and thank you, Mehdi, for getting your CO. So, I just want to set the sort of not the standard, but just to wrap this discussion in, because I know there's a lot of discussions here at IGF about many different things. So what we see here, what you see here is actually what we're representing, what we call the part of the technical community. We often talk about that, and we try to explain this, that in the simple terms, most of you know this, that the DNA of the internet consists of 3 different parts: the IP addresses, the IP protocols, and the DNS. When you use all of those 3 things, you actually do have an internet. And it's the most successful technology in world history. Today we have more than 5 billion users who's actually using all those 3 identifiers. Every system you go on, every device you use on, any network you use on, every spectrum, you always use those 3, and you're on the internet. So the way we have done this, and the interesting thing with all of this, is that this was brought up not by committees, not by companies, not by governments or anything else. It was actually private individuals who actually started to explore and do things to create this internet. That became what we now talk and call about a multi-stakeholder model. So you should, when you think about the multi-stakeholder model, which everybody talks about here, we can actually prove to you it actually has been successful, because we have provided together, and it's not only ICANN, we also have a representative of ITF here. We also have a representative of ITF here who doesn't listen. So, but the fact of the matter is that what we've done over those decades is to produce technology that that works all the time. But one of the things is also we're not done. And that's why one of the reasons why having those sessions is to invite you also to something that is still is involvement. And we can talk about, often in this conference here, or during the IGF, it's about all the problems. I actually want to talk about some of the successes that we've done together. Because ICANN and ITF and the RERs and all the acronyms we do know one thing, or the country code operators are part of this as well. We have done this with the help of corporations or people all over the world in different organizations. But still we know we have more things to do. One of the things we focus on right now, here especially, and Edmund is going to talk more about that, is that when internet came around, when it was actually started, what happened was, of course, because it was started in the US, English language was the language that was used. And so 80% of all domain names today are in English. 20% of the people in the world actually speaks English. And to be able to get the next billion users online, you shouldn't need to only have to read English from left to right with a dot. You should be able to use your own language. We call it scripts as well, that the computer should recognize the script you're using. Because the next billion users will not have the ability to be that well trained. And by the way, they wouldn't. And this is a very hard technology thing to talk about to get people to the access to the internet. But I also see another risk in this one. And that risk is that if we don't fix this problem, 3 generations down, maybe the only thing all our grandchildren are talking about, if I ever get any, is going to be like simplified English or an internet English. And languages is a part of our history. Language is a part of our way to express ourselves. It's an important thing to keep. Differences are good, not bad. So a part of the discussion we're going to have today is the importance, and we use words like IDNs and universal acceptance, but actually this is much more fun than the acronyms we're using. This is really of making sure that the next billion users and beyond can utilize the internet on their behalf the way we want to do it. Thank you very much. And now over to answer the question to Avery. You remember the question?
Yeah, I do. It had to do with, what do we do? Oh yeah, I'll try to keep the microphone in front of my mouth. What do we do to try and foster global, meaningful connectivity and sustainable development? A real mouthful, sort of one of those word salads that I sort of take and sort of try to parse the various words. Now, certainly the global part is something that is very much included in, you know, trying to reach every part of Earth, all populations, with domain names, with IP addresses, with systems that support them, by working with the IRRs, by RIRs, by using the technology that the IETF gives us, and such. So the global part is really one of almost the easier ones to define. There's no part of this world that we don't want to touch, that we don't want to try and provide a level of the connectivity. Now, the connectivity depends on more than just what ICANN does, but the connectivity does require the addressing, and it does require the naming to allow people to use it. Now, this goes somewhat to what, you know, Joran was saying in terms of the domain names, the names in people's scripts and languages, something that, you know, Edmund and some previous board members I see in our audience could talk about far better than I ever could. Thank you, Akinori. So, you know, that's an important part of the connectivity. Now, the connectivity also goes to, there's a very large technical section within ICANN that basically works with the servers, the root servers that sort of make it, you know, ICANN has its own root server, and the IMRS is what we call it. The ICANN managed root server, which is a new name that I'm still learning. It used to have another one-letter name. And managing that, the announcement that's been coming out and been talked about, and there are cards about putting instances of that in Africa and such, something that others could talk about in detail. It's funny, in most of these things, there's somebody else that can talk about it in more detail than I can. Then, you know, in connectivity, we also look at the names, you know, how do we distribute names? How do we get more domain names out into the wild, into the market, into people's hands? Domain names that, again, are in people's scripts, are in people's alphabets, you know, are, and languages and such. So those are, you know, various pieces of it that all contribute to that connectivity part. Certainly someone else is doing the wires, someone else is doing the Wi-Fi, someone else is doing the 5G, but in terms of what makes it meaningful, what makes it able to be used, we do a lot in terms of providing policies, organizing that, monitoring that, etc. Now, the meaningful is actually a very interesting word, because what is meaningful to the many people of the world? And it's certainly something that me sitting here cannot say. See, once again, I'm finding other people to point to for what something means. Is meaningful is one of the reasons we support such a large policy community, that we have in a large community that reaches out to as many places on the globe as we can get, to have people that contribute to the policy making, giving advice, and sort of what is meaningful for them. When we're talking about a new set of policies for a new set of names, what's meaningful to people from various countries? It's something that, to be meaningful, we really have to rely on the bringing in of more people, that outreach that basically works on giving advice to that. And then the sustainability and the sustainable development. Again, others could talk about this in much more detail, but there are various programs within ICANN, not only the African cluster now, but various supports for applicants when there are domain names to be applied for, and various other kinds of support for the people that come and do policy. And sort of, so making sure that we've made sure that we've provided a sense of not only doing it once, not only getting advice once, but making sure that there's the possibility of continuity and being able to sort of continue to develop policies, continue to develop operations and mechanisms that can persist and be sustainable. I think I'll stop there, having hit all the words.
You did great.
Would anyone else on the panel like to add to that answer? Martin?
Sure, I think a lot has been said, and one thought that I want to give to you to consider this further as well. Also, when the internet started, it was made to help, to connect. It wasn't made to be safe. So that's one of the things that now what we do on the internet today, it also needs to be safe and safer every day. And that will be one of the journeys. The second trajectory relates very much to what was said about the new communities. When the internet was first set up, it was to share data and communicate over distances internationally, research networks, etc. And more we see that the usage is also happening locally. And this is where this next group of users can really benefit from the internet that was first to connect from large distances. Also locally, you can help organize yourself, ranging from doing business to getting things arranged with government to communicating with each other, organizing neighborhood parties. So this is why facilitating this internet to also serve people who don't use Latin script, who don't use the English language, is for me such an important thing.
Thank you. So if we want the internet then to be available in different languages, what is needed to achieve this? Who are the stakeholders that can build a more digitally inclusive internet? Edmund?
Thank you, Mandy. And I mean, this is a topic that is very dear to my heart. When 20 years ago, I joined and started participating at the ICANN community to try to bring what is called internationalized domain names, basically domain names in your own native language, domain names and email addresses in fact. And I think that is extremely important. In fact, I think as was mentioned, when it was first created, it was English alphanumeric domain names only. But because of the nature of the internet today, we have more than 5 billion users, and it's expected that another billion will join the internet in the next year or so. And these, I mean, a major majority of these users do not use English as their primary language. I mean, here in Ethiopia, obviously you have Ethiopian names, but can you use that Ethiopian name in your Ethiopian language for email addresses and domain names? That is something, you know, that's definitely very dear to my heart, but it's been working, we've been working on this for over 20 years, but why does it take so long? I want to, I guess, add a little bit. So the first 10 years really was spent on developing the technology and open standards to support and to make sure that, because this is such a fundamental part of the internet, domain names and email addresses, such a fundamental part of it, changes to it needs to be very carefully, you know, made. So it took us about 10 years to get through the open standards and put the technical standards in place at the IETF. And then the next 10 years is also not, you know, just thrown away. We spent another 10 years working through a lot of the policies that needs to be put in place for IDNs, for multilingual domain names to actually work well. For example, in English, the alphanumeric names, you have the capital A or the small letter A, they are the same. But for multilingual names, like for example in Chinese, we have the simplified Chinese and traditional Chinese, they represent different domains on the system. Mapping them back together on a policy level is extremely important, and that's what we spent the next 10 years doing. So now coming to what you can do. So after really 20 years of development, we're now seeing a technology that is available, and also the policies that are will be able to support the domain names and email addresses in place. So we now need to get it out the door and for people to use it. So who are the stakeholders? I think a couple of them are obvious. As of course, the technical community needs to adopt these new standards, making sure the systems are supporting new domain names and email addresses. Users, of course, you know, need to go and demand those usage from the from your ISP, from your providers. But here at IGF, I want to emphasize two particular stakeholder groups that are really important, I think. One are governments. Because one of the things that is problematic and why it takes so long for multilingual domain names to become known is that most end users don't even know that they can use their own native language now in email addresses and domain names, so they're not demanding it. But what governments actually do is actually put procurement processes in place. Governments actually do a lot of procurement of IT, and also here you hear a lot of government talk about the digitalization initiatives, and therein lies what we call, what we hope the governments can actually do is to make sure that their systems are compatible and support languages and different languages and domain names and email addresses. And if they put it in the procurement process, what that does is a trickle effect. All the systems integrators in the country will immediately know, oh, we need to become compatible. We need to upgrade our systems to support email addresses and domain names in the local language and in different languages as well. That's one community. The other community that I want to stress here is the academia. Education. It's very important, I think, for new network engineers that are coming out of the university or even high school. When they first learn about the DNS, when they first learn about email, they need to know that actually today the protocols already allow domain names and email addresses in different languages. So I want to, I think those are the really important stakeholders, especially here at IGF, that I want to, particularly call out to. And, speaking of, I'll end by saying that, I think Göran said it very well, that it's imperative for us to make sure that these different languages are supported by the DNS and the email systems. I imagine one day, you talk about future generations, I imagine one day, if we do it right, if we fix the issue now, there should be a time when, people was like, was the internet only available in English back then? They would have forgotten that this is a new thing. I think that's where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. Additional comments? Oh.
Just one small addition. He didn't mention the other group, the technical service providers, the internet community. What you can do already today, whether you're a commercial provider or working on standards or whatever, is to test what you do on whether it's usable universally. So universal acceptance testing is making sure that once this content becomes available, once these users are going to be there, that you're ready to serve that. Because, as you know, any bit on the internet goes from one end to the other via very many different services that all need to be able to accept the code that we're sending through.
Only a few words I want to add. So as this capability comes, and as one of the things we talk about is adding new top-level domains in the future, these have to be part of that set of things that comes out. That to come up with a whole lot of top-level domains in Latin characters may be nice, but it's not critically important like doing it with these names. But for these names to be viable, for these names to be something that are worth using and worth developing, all those intermediate services will have to be in place so that when you get a name in your character, in your language, in your character set, that it will actually be able to work with email. And I know that was brief, but those are all pieces of the puzzle that a lot of people are working on, and ICANN maintains a focus on trying to make sure that all those pieces fall into place so that these things can work.
Thank you. Now, we've talked about the role of the technical community. We talked about the policy development process within ICANN. We've talked about ways that governments can use their procurement power. But I want to ask, what recommendations or advice can you share with policymakers? What does effective collaboration look like in this space? Should we start, Martin, then Jorn?
Either way, we sort of agree on a lot of things. Basically, policymakers do get a bigger and bigger interest in the internet, and we see many of them around here, because the internet matters and is important and more crucial for society. So that they get an interest and want to make it work well makes a lot of sense. What's important for policymakers when they develop this is to realize that we're dealing with a global public good that is to serve the world, and that on that they have to play the role in a way that it's supporting their community and not leading to regulation or policies that would have negative consequences, unintended consequences on how it plays out. So the awareness of how this works, the willingness to also reach out to other stakeholders to consult, to see what a good way forward is, that openness, I think, is the biggest call. Take an interest and ask those people that know, because we know so much together.
I mean, I often start my speeches by talking about the difference between the internet, how we define the internet, and platforms on top of the internet. And I do that on purpose, and I often do that when I meet legislators and people from government, because it actually makes a point. Often when you talk about and I'm very positive about the internet itself, but often, I mean, I know that many of the discussions here at IGF are problem related. It's fake news, it's bad information, it's a lot of bad things that happens on the internet, on top of the internet, within platforms, within walled gardens. I mean, if you walk into a social media platform, you sort of leave the internet, you walk into someone else's computer. I know that some of the engineers would say, what did he say? You use the internet to get into someone's computer. We're in there, that computer controls what you do. That doesn't exist the same way on the diversity of the internet. Why do I make this point? Because we have seen legislative proposals that actually is targeted against social media and platform companies that has an effect on how the internet actually works. And we've seen proposals that actually can disconnect people from the internet. And we've seen attempts from different parts of the world that actually can have a real effect on your ability to actually connect. We're not talking about the applications on top of them or the information on top of them. We don't deal with that. So one of the things, when we talk to legislators, we're invited by the legislature, we're trying to make this point. We are not into content, that's other decisions makers and other platforms who do it, but please don't touch what's the underlying DNA of the internet that actually makes it possible for you to be on. And we're spending more and more time explaining, and this is not only, you might think, oh, there are some bad countries out there. The thing is that we also have this conversation, what some of you would say was a good country, is a good region. Because there is a growing feeling we have to do something. And in my speech yesterday, I said this, that we shouldn't forget that internet is an underlying technology for good. What people does with it, what we're trying to provide, is that ability for people to connect. Don't ever think that it's the same thing that happens on top of the internet. And that's a very important difference for me and us. By the way, I got a question from someone on Skype saying, who pays for you? Everybody who's doing this, you should know, is doing it for a public interest. We provide you, every time you go online, you hit about something that comes from us and our technical partners, and I saw Ripe coming into the room, who's one of them, or the country code operators. We actually, the underlying technology for what we do, we don't charge anyone to do. We provide this as a public interest to the world.
We probably should say where we get the money from.
We do get the money every time. So ICANN is financed that if you buy a domain name, we get a very small portion of that from most of the domain names, and we have a different ones. But you can't even donate money to us, so we're very independent.
And small is less than $1.
No online. I do want to be supportive. It is a hybrid, so we don't currently have any online questions. Are there any questions in the room?
Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, Mark Deresgard speaking. Usually an ICANN GNSO counselor, but here on my own capacity as internet governance researcher. As you were mentioning universal acceptance, there are pioneers here like Edmond, like Akinori-san, and online as well. We have Dennis, we have Siva. We are a strong community, and we have been doing a lot of work. And it's really good that ICANN.org has been backing up that effort. We do feel from the CEO, from the board, that this effort is being backed up, and this really helps the project along. It helps the project grow, and this is definitely something that, you know, I think I can speak for the community when we see that. One blind spot that has been, I think, a concern, a growing concern for us, is our ability to reach out to companies, to private stakeholders. We are pretty good at communicating with civil society. Even governments will stop and listen to us, but reaching out to the private sector is something that, as an independent, you know, a semi-autonomous group, is starting to prove itself very difficult. We have managed to do that in isolation in certain cases, due to our own contacts, due to people who we have a personal relation with. But something that would be interesting looking forward, you know, as ICANN plans, you know, its next steps in relation to universal acceptance, is to help us reach out. How do we exploit the fact that ICANN is a well-known global organization to help us reach to these commercial actors. So partially a question, partially a suggestion, but I would like to hear if anybody on the panel has insights on how we can keep advancing our mission and now starting reaching out to the companies who are developing these products. Thank you.
First of all, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like Edmund mentioned, it took 10 years to fix our technology and 10 years to fix the policies, and now we're here. And we still have language panels around the world to look into it. So what is lacking? Reality is demand. And you mentioned that as well. And so how do we, I mean, I guess that all of you are internet users. And then you probably have an understanding of Latin script because you use it. So how do you convince people that there is an alternative? So I totally agree with you, and we've spoken about that on numerous occasions right now. We have to turbocharge this in a different way. But I actually do think that the governments, to help them to put it into legislation, to put it into procurement, is going to be a real booster. Because we can't reach every internet users on the planet to talk with them, but governments are the biggest buyers of ICT. I haven't used the word ICT in 10 years or something. It's popped up again. They are the biggest buyers. I mean, in every individual country, they're the one who buys stuff. And if we can get a couple of countries, and we are working on a couple of countries, to see if they can sign up to say that we're going to put it in the legislation or procurement that anything we do, at least it should support our script in our country, I think that will be a shedding moment. But I see it as a world of potential and opportunity, but I know it's now time for us to step up. And thank you. And I also we have a really good cooperation with the ICANN community about this and all of the experts about it. So what I'm actually saying is that you're right, and we have to do something different. Have I ever stopped you, Evie?
I'm not going to try to answer that one. And part of that, and I really like this mechanism that I hear of, because it is an indirect mechanism. It's sort of, sometimes you can't control something directly, but you can have. But the point is, we will also need to be ready, which will involve both, you know, the steering group and us, in terms of, as those procurement orders come out, making sure that the people that they're sending them to have the information they need to be able to fulfill it and such, so that it isn't something that comes to them and they say, oh, you know, how do we do that? What is that? What are they talking about? But and so it's really, you can sort of have an actuator that is indirect, but make sure that the stuff is there for people to know what they need to do to fulfill.
Now I'm going to give because we sometimes get a typical yarn answer. In very short time, we are actually coming back to the steering group with an also very concrete marketing thing, which I think you will enjoy. At least I do it, where we're going to try to do something a little bit radical and, yes, a little bit different than we ever done before. To walk the talk when it comes to how we can use alternatives to the existing domain name structure, and also use as an example how you can make a showcase of IDNs. Was that a teaser? Ask Samurai. He has the paper. I signed it off.
Just adding on a few things in response to your suggestion and question. No, I think you're right. We need to reach out to large organizations. You know, obviously Google, Amazon, Microsoft. You know, those kind of companies, to make sure that their systems do support email addresses and domain names in different languages. I mean, it's really important there, I think, because you might not think today you might actually use slightly less emails, but actually you don't. Every login uses an email address. Most logins uses email addresses, and most, if you forgot your password, you know, they send it back to your email. You remember that. So those systems also need to be aware of being able to store and process different, email addresses in different languages. And one of the things I think definitely should do. But one other thing that's useful and tie back to the new GTLDs is that we do see Amazon, for example, apply for .amazon and also in different languages as well, and that helps them become interested and aware. So I think all of those things kind of tie together as well.
And one thing, it's also a good demonstration of an area that is not that's well beyond our mandate because it needs to be used also by the rest of the industry. And thanks to setting up the Universal Acceptance Study Group, we also have a vehicle where it's not only ICANN, okay, we initiated it and we support it, but also those that are beyond the DNS and IP industry also involved.
Thank you. And Vera, do we have an online?
So we have an online question from, I'm sorry, I might butcher this name, Siva Subramanian. His question is, does ICANN have enough funds for its operations and for all the unseen core infrastructural investments that it might need to make? Without compromising on its neutrality and independence, are there ways of adding a few zeros to its revenue?
Should I take this one? I would say that as a public interest non-for-profit organization, we have the money we have. And we're fair for being what we're doing. So, and every number we have is official. Our official budget, our budget is around $160 million per year. We have about $600 million in our reserve funds. That goes up and down a little bit. And we spend all the money we get in to make sure, and we do that from a public interest perspective. So we are, yes, we do investments, and we're going to announce 14th of December one of the largest programs we actually ever done. So tune in on December 14th. But remember, if you look at it, we don't build infrastructure in that sense. We build infrastructure like the root server cluster we built here. Is something we finance, and we have special funding to do that kind of investments. But if you compare that to the larger investments by telecom operators, companies who house content, it's nothing compared to it. And we only invest in places where we know it's going to make a difference, like we did here in Africa, where we see that now a lot of the query traffic stays in Africa instead of going to Europe. It was a big difference. But we often work with partners. So when it comes to the funding, to add a couple of zeros to it, I mean, we could always do more with more money, but remember one thing. It's not me and the people on this board who actually decides ultimately where the money goes to. If you come into the ICANN community, you're part of the process of deciding where the money should go. And you're part of prioritization where that money should go as well, which is a fairly unique constellation. It is actually the ICANN multi-stakeholder model, which is the governance model of all. And but if I had more money, of course I could do more things. But the other thing is that it's important for ICANN to be part. We should never trail away from what is our core business. What are we supposed to do? And one of the benefits of having a budget or having what we do, we always stay very much tied into what is ICANN's core business, what is a part of our mission. Despite the fact that there are many things that would like us to do different things as well. I hope that answered your question. I've been doing this for 7 years. I never heard that question before, so thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions in the audience, in the room? Okay. If you think of one later, please don't hesitate to ask. Vera, do we have any other online? All right. Well, I could ask you, I did have a more technical question, Edmund. When we've talked about the importance of bringing people online and how to do this, but what do you think the biggest obstacles are right now to accessing information for people to get it in their local language and scripts? From a technical perspective, what do we need to do? Edmund, why don't you start? Or Will?
I'm happy to get started. I guess this really, as it relates to domain names and email addresses, I've already mentioned. Make sure that the systems around the internet actually start supporting these domain names and email addresses in different languages. But I think. Actually, content, the other side of the story is also important. Having meaningful content in local languages is very important, and that kind of drives the use of, they come in kind of in tandem. It's kind of a virtuous cycle with local language content and utilization of local language email addresses and domain names. And in terms of, I think one of the key areas that ICANN is also working on. As I mentioned, in the last 10 years, we've been working on different types of policies, one of which is the language policies, which we will require different stakeholders to come and join us. Right now, we have, I think, 20-something scripts, and which represents most of the active languages around the world. That policies are already put in place. However, there's still many different languages that are not completely completed. There are especially less well used languages that and that relates a little bit to the SDGs of protection of cultural heritage and languages, and those type of areas it would be good to have stakeholders from those language communities to come to ICANN and participate and add those languages to the policy, actually the policy repositories, which we call label generation rule sets. It's a mouthful, but basically it's language rules. As I mentioned, technically for English, we map together different the capital A and small letter a, but other languages, we need to figure out whether there are these types of mappings, whether there are these type of variations that needs policies to deal with, and those are some of the things that I think we need to call on people to come and participate at ICANN to make that smooth for people with indigenous languages to be able to connect to the internet with their own native script and language.
Okay, well, anyway, thanks for that. That's key. I think what we should realize is that the people we're trying to serve here probably never considered using the internet yet, because why would they? They can't use this script. They can't use this internet. So that's why, next to being ready to really resolve in a universal way, next to governments that can make a big role by requiring that to be part of the services they buy, it's also important to have a kind of comprehensive exercise that really pulls people in, informs people, as well as offers them a reason to really go there. I'm personally following with real interest also what in particular India is trying to do here. They have 8 scripts, 22 languages, out of my head. And they have a plan that they call Digital India, which is really to have the internet serve the community in getting online, being served, and also integrate this IDN use and the use of the different scripts and do this well. By making people aware on such a high level, by pushing also services that can really do it, by offering government services that will help do that, we may see a movement that shows to the world that it really can be done. And I really hope other regions will follow.
Mine is almost more of a question. My comment is almost more of a question and comes out of the other parts of my life, my work world, that is not ICANN. And it's a question I've always had. As we're doing this and we're starting to push it out to the users, to the schools, do they actually, okay, on some of the phones they may have it, but do they actually have the end user equipment in all of the schools and the towns available that can take advantage of this? And if not, how does that get filled? And I know I'm here to answer questions, not ask them, but this is one that sort of nagged at me. And while we're talking about the spread of IDNs, I'd really like to know whether it's all there, whether every school already has the right keyboards and machines and it's just they need something to hook it up to, or where's that? Go ahead. I asked you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Elisa Heaver. I'm from the Netherlands. I was wondering, I came in slightly late, so sorry for that, but have you discussed whether we should think about IDNs to be an important part of the Global Digital Compact and for some mentioning of that in the GDC? Thanks.
Yes. We haven't talked about it here, and to be honest, I realized that there's a fragmentation in internet conferences, also in the UN, with a lot of different new acronyms and sort of, you know, working paths and people and envoys and all the time. So we're actually right now also trying to figure out where does ICANN fit into this. We have a national point with the ITU. We are members of the ITUD. And it is a little bit, I mean, is that the right place for us to go? We don't know, because sometimes it doesn't survive that. But we have good conversations with the parts of the UN because they are important when it comes to this. I actually would like to answer your question as well. The keyboard problem. The keyboard problem is, do you actually have your local script on your device, your mobile phone, you know, that's one of the problems, which is that has to be in development in that has to come from demand. Funny enough, when there are many different scripts on many mobile phones, we can't use them because when you identify yourself on the internet, even if you use your social media, using your email, you can't use it. So we need to create a demand on this. But Edward said something that also got me thinking. This is a belief rather than a science, but we believe, if you look at, and I know that data colonization is a new word for me. I heard that the first time, I think, this week. One thing we think is important is that to make this happen is that internet is local and global at the same time. And we often talk it from a very global perspective. You know, we can surf everywhere in the world. In retrospect, a lot of the traffic is very internal. And one of the things I think is very important to build this local ecosystem that creates the services that is needed in that region. I mean, country code operators are insanely, important in this, because they often become the sort of hub where internet services grow. I mean, if a country goes digitalized, but all the traffic goes outside and you're using big services, and I guess there are some companies who now want to raise their hand and say I'm wrong, but the fact of the matter is that the more services you have local, the more knowledge you have local, you can also do services differently. You can do that in your local language, your local script, and that creates a demand. And that will also create a demand for the people who today have to make a choice between, should I actually buy the internet access, or should I buy clouds? The next billion users will not afford a $1,500 phone to go on a video service on. They won't. They need to find the reason why they go online. I mean, we are the elite. I went online because it was fun 30 years ago. I'm old. But the fact of the matter is it started as a fun thing. Now it became something important. And I think that the next billion users need to see that. And the local language and the local script and the local environment is going to be so important. That's why one of the reasons why here in Africa, to a program, we are helping through a capacity building program with country code operators. We don't make policy of them. They're completely independent, and we're really grateful to be a part of that ecosystem. We do that because we think it's important. So when we talk about this, not only from an email perspective, it's a culture, it's a local thing as well. Oh, I can preach about this for a long time, sorry.
Thank you. So I have a comment as well as a question. The comment is from this previous question asker, Mr. Siva Subramanian. Thank you for your observations. The core work is being very well done, but there might be required investments in areas still unseen, undefined. A few zeros might be indeed useful, enormously useful to the global public interest. And the question is from Jorge Cancio. How is ICANN going to engage with the Global Digital Compact? Example, is it filling comments to the public consultations? And this question is directed to Edmund.
Okay, I can start, but I'm guessing that Joran would add to it. So I think our participation here at the IGF is also input into the Global Digital Compact, and I think that's one part of it. And just earlier today, I was at a session talking about different topics and how we should elements that we think are important to be included in the Global Digital Compact. But beyond that, perhaps Joran can add to it.
You said it well. Thank you. On the funding thing, ICANN is setting up, and I think that we are very close to going official with it, something called the Grant Program, where we have a fund of quite a lot of money, which you can actually, if for doing things within the ICANN remit and mission, you can actually apply for money. We are launching that program. It's not going to happen in the next week or two, but it's well above $100 million that we will use for, that is actually a grant program for things that is interested in this. So it's a lot of zeros in that program. And right now I can't just remember which date we're having an update to the community about this. For some reason. Does any one of my staff actually remember? My staff is now looking down in the floor, so I guess they don't remember. You can find it on the web, actually. It is very soon.
Very briefly then, Mark, that is good for the record. In answer to what Avri mentioned, this is actually an issue we have been discussing a lot in the Universal Acceptance Group. And an advantage of SOURCE that we have is that the developing world basically uses mobile phones. Mobile phones rely on virtual keyboards and on a lot of infrastructure that we can kind of know. They won't be using very expensive systems. So it's a lot about us being able to reach out to the companies that make the more mainstream, less super refined phones. The Chinese makers, Samsung, the kind of phones that really have penetration in these markets, and making sure that their virtual keyboards and that their OSs actually have compliance. Because what we found out during our testing is that even if Android Core is compatible with the premises of universal acceptance, maybe modules that they end up using in the system aren't. So it's about a lot of this sort of engagement, but it is sort of an easier problem to solve because we're not relying on physical hardware. It's more about the software part, and that we can kind of work with. That's something that we have been learning how to do. So I'm fairly optimistic about that side. Thank you.
Thank you.
A moment, very quickly. Actually, this grant giving webinar you can find on the ICANN site. It's at 6 o'clock local time tonight.
So okay. Having been involved in the IDNScript community for quite some time, I have first-hand experience in terms of developing level generation rules for scripts. Theoretically, we know that there are many more scripts spoken worldwide, way larger than the number of scripts already identified in space. But there is a specific requirement written in the LGR development procedure, not all languages are eligible for inclusion in the identity space. There are some criteria. I don't want to mention that here. So how big is a challenge for ICANN to undergo some sort of baseline survey in terms of identifying which scripts can qualify for inclusion and so on, so on. Because otherwise, that's my feeling, the effort that we see in the inclusion of scripts in the identity space may have some flavor of stop-start pattern unless we have this baseline study in place. This is one thing. And then I see there are two fronts which the USCG community and script communities have to deal with. We have the universal acceptance part and the identity part. We can't talk universal acceptance without having scripts studied in the identity space. Then these two fronts are big challenges for ICANN. How I see some sort of, how do I say that, a delicate balancing act, and then how is ICANN cope these two challenges strategically? Thank you.
Guess I'll start first. Very good question. And yes, there are other scripts as well. However, I want to emphasize that currently the work that has already been completed does cover the major majority of the languages and scripts that are actively used in the world today. That being said, there are two things that I want to highlight based on what you said. If the language or script is already in Unicode, which is a technical standard that is not maintained by ICANN. It's actually maintained at the ISO, right? Is it now at the ISO or the Unicode Consortium separately? Anyway, separate? Okay, so Unicode Consortium. If it's already there, then we can, of course, start working on the work. But if it's not already there, then the first step is probably to have that language and script be included in the Unicode, because that is what the what is called the internationalized domain names IDNs standards are based on. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is that there are languages and scripts that maybe we won't support. For example, Klingon. We might not. Well, we might. But one of the criteria
People
is...
has asked us to do that, by the way. It was no joke.
Yeah, so one important criteria is that it has an active usage community, which maybe Klingon does have. But more importantly, I don't think ICANN, will pick and choose, which language to do. Actually, this is why we're coming out and asking the community to come and create those language tables, those policies that need to be put in place so that those languages can be added to the root and so on. So I think that's the more important part. Is I don't think ICANN is in the business of picking and choosing which language. Of course, it has to have a community that actively uses that script and language. But then, we need those community to come to ICANN and create those policies.
I am afraid we're running out of time, so we're going to give the last word to the questioner here.
Yes.
And I apologize if there are any other online. We will take them, we'll try and answer them in writing later. But our last questioner in the room, please.
Okay. My name is Hossein Mirzapur from Iran, for the record. First of all, I have to thank the ICANN crew for providing such a floor, for challenging them with our questions. To be quick, actually, you're on here, and yesterday in the opening ceremony, you brought up this interesting topic of paying more attention toward local languages and everything local. The good example of comparing people who speak English and the content, English content in the web was very, very bright example of this, let me call it, lack of balance of local and global values today, or contents today across the web. My question is, as far as ICANN is registered, I know that you have been probably challenged by this question several times in many years, many times. But my clear question is that as far as ICANN is registered inside California, a province inside US, and of course you have some responsibility and obligations because of that. If in one case that the interpretation, the ICANN different communities' interpretation of one reality is not compatible with what is the law in that region and territory, or I don't know if you find you know very well what I mean. You have cases in. I'm very sure. What is the procedure inside ICANN to to respond to that? Thank you.
And you're right. I answered this question several times. So it's right. ICANN is a California incorporated non-for-profit organization. And as long as we can't place ourselves on Earth, on the moon, sorry, we have to be in some legal surrounding somewhere. And it's a history because the internet, the identifier systems and actually came out of this place. And Windsurfers here is one of the funders. But remember one thing. It's not the ICANN legal entity who makes decisions about policies. We have people from 160, 170 countries coming to meetings, last time in Kuala Lumpur, next one in Cancun, Mexico, sorry. And they come in and make the decisions. But I'm executing the decisions. These people here tell me that this comes from the community, go and do it. I mean, ICANN is an international organization in the sense that we have people in 35 countries who speak 55 languages. I have this question often, but I also say that being incorporated as a non-profit organization in California, it creates an extreme transparency of everything. You can check anything we do, including how much money I make. Don't go and check, but you can check how much money they make. Even private information is shared because I have this position. And so and we have served the world for 25 years. I can become 25 years next year. And no one has ever seen that anything has happened that where we have actually been challenged from a legal perspective in the US. And also remember, until 2016, we had a relationship with the US government. Through the so-called transition, the US government gave up that last sort of point to it. And after that, we're governed purely by the multi-stakeholder model. So, but remember, ICANN is not, ICANN.org, the legal entity, is not the one who makes the decision. You know this because you start coming into ICANN meetings. You can walk into an ICANN meeting as representing yourself, representing your country, representing yourself, and actually come up to the table and have something to say. And it's unique. And I sometimes call it, and now I digress and I come over time, ICANN, with our ecosystem and our partners, one of the biggest peace projects in the world. How many places in the world can you actually come in and meet people from 100 countries, from different backgrounds, with different interests, and talk about something so important as the internet? And that's why I sometimes call the internet the biggest equalizer in the world. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our panelists and all of you in the room and those of you online for an interesting and successful panel. There is a webinar on the grant program, evidently, at 6 p.m. local time tonight. If you look on our website, it will give you a link. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.
Okay, so good afternoon, and maybe good morning or good evening to online participants. So welcome to our open forum session on internet shutdown and network restriction. My name is Yoichi Ida, the Deputy Director General for G7 G20 Affairs in the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And we warmly welcome all the participants, and in particular the panelists on-site and online. Today we have 5 panelists and 2 panelists on-site and 3 panelists online. So first, let me introduce 2 panelists on-site. On my left-hand side, Ms. Marit Paraverta. I'm sorry, my pronunciation maybe. Thank you. And she's a senior director from European Telecommunications Network Operators Association. And on my right-hand side, Mr. Edmond Chung, COE from Dot Asia. I hope 3 other panelists are already online. The first online panelist is Professor Azadeh Akbari, Assistant Professor in Public Administration and Digital Transformation at University of Twente. And second online panelist is Mr. Charles Mock, a visiting scholar at Cybersecurity Center at US Stanford University. And I hope the final online panelist, Ms. Nikki Masgatai, a senior policy advisor from US Department of State in Digital Freedom Team in Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. So today, our session will discuss the current situation and the future policy implications of internet shutdown and network restrictions. In the past few years, we have seen the importance of network connection, which in particular demonstrated by the COVID-19 pandemic expansion, and also we witnessed some policy implication of internet shutdown when government tried to control their network, in particular from the cases and the discussions around Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Not limited to those examples or cases, we have been discussing the possibility of internet shutdown and the network restrictions and the issues and challenges related to those policy implementations, and also some possibilities of some potential benefit of those practices. Today, I would like to listen to experts, panelists, on-site and online, of their views, opinions, and suggestions on those policy topics. In particular, the government of Japan is hosting internet governance next year, and also we are taking the presidency of G7 next year. So our intention is to pick up this important topic as a part of our agenda, both in G7 and IGF. Of course, G7 is governmental policy fora, and IGF is multi-stakeholder fora. But we want to synergize those different discussions, and we want to promote the values of open, free, and unfragmented interoperable internet. So I would like to invite 5 panelists to share the views and opinions and also some suggestions, proposals on internet shutdown and network restrictions, and probably, if possible, some proposal to our government when the government wants to discuss these issues from governmental perspective. What would be the roles of government and what would be the roles of government discussions in multi-stakeholder policy making? So first, let me invite Ms. Marit.
Thank you very much. It's working. So thank you very much for the Japanese government for organizing this interesting session and for having invited us as well from ETNO. So just to brief background, I represent ETNO, so we are a trade association whose members are the European telecommunication operators, so 33 of the largest leading European telecommunication operators. And if you think about the role of operators, of course, when we talk about internet shutdowns or any kind of, well, meddling with networks, operators are, for better or worse, the kind of the executional arm who will be, let's say, operationalizing any of these things, because the networks are run and operated and managed by operators. So, of course, this is an issue that is, well, of critical importance to us, and also an issue that we want to be very, very, well, vocal about and want to be part of the discussion. So we are at the same time, so we represent the European operators, and we are, of course, fortunate, we consider ourselves fortunate in Europe in that our legal and political situation does not really permit internet shutdowns as such, as we see, you know, perhaps happening in some other jurisdictions more frequently. We have some even European level regulation, open internet rules, that lay out a kind of an environment whereby throttling or blocking of websites or network access is forbidden by operators. So we are kind of trying to live up to the open internet vision. And by that also we then kind of mean that all end users should have access to all legal content, of course, in good quality. And I think that, you know, that as a starting point is, of course, as I said, a fortunate one. However, of course, when we look at the global internet, I mean, internet is an interconnected network of networks. So decisions in one part of the world might then impact, you know, other regions as well. And for example, I mean, if there is a part of the world or region who is, you know, has a shutdown or is blocking some parts of the network, you then might have unintended consequences, technically speaking, to the neighboring regions, etc. So, of course, we are not totally, let's say, out of the scope here. Also, some of our members do have their international operators, so they have presence in Africa. You may know Orange. in Latin America, Telefonica, etc., etc. So we also have some direct exposure there. One interesting point on Europe is that, okay, we are saying that we don't really experience shutdowns as such, but in the very recent past, in the context of the European energy crisis that we're currently facing because of this Russian war on Ukraine, there is more and more talk about power outages and the potential of power outages. And of course, the consequence of such outage would be that you may have an internet shutdown if you don't have the kind of infrastructure protection and generators and a whole ecosystem to kind of ensure that you have internet connectivity that will continue. But we have revisited this issue a little bit in this context in the past months. But going into the impact, so from operators' point of view, of course, if there's a shutdown and if there is no legal framework, and I'm thinking here more the authoritarian context, this is a very, very difficult situation for an operator because you are asked by your government to shut down or part of the whole network, and failure to comply may immediately put, your company, but also perhaps the employed staff in some kind of a danger. So there is, of course, then tendency to go and comply with any government ruling that is based on local law. And in a way, it is not the private sector's position to go and question laws if they are written black on white. Of course, we do advocacy and we are advocating open internet, as we said, but this is not then possible always in all circumstances. And of course, then when you disconnect the network, this has all kinds of consequences to the operator. So it may end up in loss of revenue to the operator in the very immediate term because you're cutting off all your customers. And also then, this is very important for the customer base and the end users because it's not only end users, so it's not only a matter of fundamental rights, but it's also small and medium businesses, industries, etc. So you have whole sectors of the economy that are being shut off and are then losing revenue and are not able to continue their business. So this is having a lot of immediate and longer term consequences. And if we think about it from the operator's point of view and investment point of view, so when operators want to upgrade networks, build new networks in whatever country, what they are looking at is legal certainty and also then, an investment environment where they think that they can do business with some certainty for the longer term, because of course the upfront investments to build networks are very high, so you want to make sure that you will be able to run your business as well for the years to come. So if you see shutdowns and network shutdowns happening in an environment, it is a bit of a deterrent then to invest in such an environment because it represents an uncertainty factor in a way. So it's a bit of a vicious circle from the operator's point of view, but I do think that this is of course a thing that will apply for many, many other private sector players. And maybe just before I finish the impacts, there are also technical consequences. So as I already was saying, that if part of the network is shut down somewhere, then the traffic will be rerouted through the internet, through another alternative route. And this then may cause unexpected traffic flows and even congestion on networks. And this, of course, is not something that operators like either, because it may then have additional costs, consequences, etc. You might have to manage the traffic, etc. So there are also technical consequences. But I don't want to monopolize, so I will leave it there, and maybe we can discuss the role of governments and the internet governance role on the second round of comments, so that everybody gets a word in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marit. On the perspective of telecommunications operators and the business business players. Actually, the point of investment is very much interesting and has a lot of implication to the government too. So next, let me invite second online on-site speaker, Mr. Edmond Chung from Dot Asia. So please, I think your experience in Asia can be a little bit different, or maybe some different implications. So please.
Thank you, Ida-san, and thank you for having me. This is certainly a topic, the topic of internet shutdown is quite dear to my heart. Being based in Hong Kong just a few years ago, we would never have thought that this would be something relevant locally, but we watch these type of issues come up in other places. Now is probably a very different situation, and we are facing some of these the challenges, potential challenges as well. And perhaps Charles can add to that. I know he can probably add to that in his discussion. But Ida-san mentioned one part that I want to start with is that, you know, when COVID came along, a lot of the lockdowns actually what we kind of witness is that when the physical mobility of people is really curtailed because of lockdowns, the digital mobility becomes critical, and you know a lot of the work, a lot of things that continue to work is actually dependent on internet, and therefore, especially when you think about situations where physical mobility is curtailed, I think digital mobility must remain open and sustaining. The other thing about internet shutdowns often people forget about is that it's not just about content, and especially if you talk about shutdown of the entire network, many different devices, even potentially life-sustaining devices, could be connected and dependent on the internet connection. And by shutting down, that would potentially affect those devices and affect human life. So in general, I guess from ICANN and the ICANN community, of course, we stand for like an interoperable and global internet, serving people around the world. One of the things that I think is important also is that in times of crisis, it is really through unimpeded access to internet and the flow of information. You talked about wars, you talked about crisis situations. It's through unimpeded access that people can gain knowledge. They can be exposed to a diversity of different viewpoints and information. So that's actually especially critical when times of crisis happens, that access to information and communication be kept alive and could be life-saving. So the internet, however, is a decentralized system, and as Marit mentioned, operators play a role, and no single actor actually completely controls, the internet and implements shutdown, so to speak. So different organizations play a role, and on the reverse, different organizations play a role in kind of defending the internet as open and free internet as well, such as myself, also another role that I have at Internet Society Hong Kong, platforms like IGF, and the Asia Pacific Regional IGF and RightsCon. Many of these platforms are important to continue to protect and promote freedom online, and I think it's never a one and done thing. You can't write it on a piece of paper and say, we'll maintain internet up and running, but actually it's all about the implementation and the continual struggle and the continual dynamic that really makes a difference. So I think one of the questions, however, is whether there are actually really legitimate reasons for complete shutdowns, right? I mean, this is one of the big questions. And of course, we know that there are situations where information is being weaponized, fake news, disinformation. all these kind of things are important, and maybe we have done too little too late, and these echo chambers create polarized societies, but are they enough? Are they enough to really shut down the internet in all layers? Shutting down on different layers may have different responses, and I think one of the things that I really want to point out is that shutting down particular layers is different, and especially in the technical layers, I think that is one important part to consider to actually keep up regardless of the situation. And this is an important discussion, I think, during peacetime, because when it's not, when you're in a war, when you're in a crisis, it's probably too late to talk about upkeeping of the network. So is there legitimate reason? Maybe, for example, technical attacks, DDoS attacks that are widespread, but even in those situations, the response probably should not be centralized, right? In response to cyber attack, the response should be distributed and not centralized in terms of shutdowns. So I think, one of the important things is to really think through and develop policies and procedures to keep the core infrastructure online, really. And this particular process, I think, is important to think through using the multi-stakeholder model and the multi-stakeholder mechanisms. In terms of content layer, sometimes they're very difficult to say an absolute no to things like, if information is being weaponized, if disinformation is happening, whether certain levels of takedown is important. But there again, I think multi-stakeholder mechanism that can hold platforms to be accountable, not really governments. Governments should be part of the multi-stakeholder model, but not the decisive factor on these type of shutdowns. So I think and the last part that I want to add is besides the content part, besides the advocacy part that different stakeholders should really do, and also the policies to be set. I think another interesting thing is technically, I think users think about community networks to be built for the resilience of networks, and to make sure that on top of the telco networks, community networks can actually play a role in crisis situations as well. So I will kind of leave it with 4 points that I would summarize that I wanted to bring up. One is we need to distinguish between defending against cyber attacks or versus stifling speech, in a sense, or stifling speech, it's a bad word, but attacking, defending against disinformation is really what we're talking about. We have to distinguish the two. Second point is that when we develop responses to cyber attack, shutdown may not be completely may be useful in certain cases, but they have to be developed as a distributed, decentralized response. And then thirdly, I think the multi-stakeholder mechanism is most important in terms of developing these processes. And the fourth point is really develop these policies to keep the core internet infrastructure online early, before crisis happens. So that's what I want to add.
Thank you very much, Edmond. I think you demonstrated the importance of multi-stakeholder discussion being continued from the peaceful and very normal time, and so that everybody can be prepared when some legitimate necessity comes up. And so now I would like to invite online participants. And first, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Akbari from University of Twente. I think your experience and your story will also give us some wider range of perspective and understanding. So please take the floor. Yeah, we can see.
Interests are in information and communication technologies for development and surveillance studies, especially in authoritarian contexts. So today I'm going to present the case of Iran as one of the examples that I think sort of is an interesting way of looking at internet shutdowns. So if you look at the structure of internet governance in Iran, you will see that you have this hardware infrastructure that is quite lately was developed inside Iran, and very soon there are layers of surveillance and integrated in the infrastructure. So the ISPs, for example, were forced to filter some of the keywords. There are URL blockings and so on. You also have a lot of interception technologies used by the Iranian government. For example, blacklisting complete URLs, deep packet inspection, man-in-the-middle attacks, SSL blocking, and all sorts of technologies that are used to curb and limit and control Iranian users' access to the global internet. And on top of that, you have a lot of governmental organizations that are also actively engaging in content production and also content control and moderation on platforms. So you have Iranian Cyber Army that is established in 2005, and a lot of committees that most of them are working under the direct supervision of the highest offices in the Iranian government. So apart from these infrastructural, interactive, interceptive layers of control and institutional layers of control, you have the users that obviously they want to have access to the global internet. And using the internet in Iran is very much coupled with using VPN technologies. And there you can also see that there is a chaotic market of VPN technologies. For example, during this recent uprising, the Iranian regime has also tried to inject some of their own VPN technologies into the market, and by that they are having direct access actually to the data of people who think they are using VPN technologies. Apart from this internet governance sphere, I also want to emphasize that this is a surveillance assemblage. This is not only about internet governance, but there are also other ways that are other systems that are integrated in the internet system. So for example, you have the national digital identification, and the Iranian regime has also tried to have biometric data banks, to develop biometric data banks for the purposes of national digital identification. But we have seen during the current protests, for example, that they are matching faces using facial recognition technologies on the streets and so on. So you have different layers of surveillance going on there. One of the most important things that I want to emphasize today is the national internet network. It is one of the most ambitious, one of the most expensive projects of the Iranian government. And what is called national internet network is basically a national intranet. So it's a network inside the country, all the servers are inside. And inside Iran, you have two separate cyberspaces. One of them is the global internet that has a free flow of information, and the other one is a cyberspace that is localized. And what we are seeing at the moment is that the internet shutdowns are not only used to curb access to the internet. So we had this before in 2019. During the protests at the time, we witnessed that the Iranian government used 5 days of internet shutdowns, complete shutdown of the internet. And during those 5 days, 1,500 people were killed. But this time, what we are seeing during the internet shutdowns is that the government is obviously showing some different behavior. They are responding to user behavior. So we have patchy internet shutdowns, we have localized internet shutdowns, we have sometimes internet shutdown just in one area, in one local area that a demonstration is happening. We have internet shutdowns just on the mobile phone connections and not on the cable. So the government is also playing with the kind of internet shutdowns. And you can imagine if you're
shutting down the internet on mobile phones in a demonstration area, it basically means people cannot connect to each other, cannot upload videos and so on. So you sort of in a very intelligent way, shut down the internet. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize today, that the internet shutdown is also becoming more and more intelligent. It's not only switching off one connection to the global internet. What is the solution? How can we talk about that? I think if you're going to the theoretical level of what kind of discourses of internet governance we have at the moment, I've put it on a range to show that different countries are standing on different points on this range. And traditionally, we had multi-stakeholderism, which was very much supported by the United States of America. Its economy is based on free market, and its values are about free and open internet. On the other hand, we had the multilateralism, which China really tried to advocate for that. Obviously, China is doing that through a controlled market. And the main discourse that China is using there is digital sovereignty. We have obviously other models that are taking components from each of those. So we have the EU model. EU model also uses a lot of digital sovereignty discourse, and it happens in a regulated market closer to the free market. But EU model also takes a very fundamental approach to the rights. And this rights-based approach is something that we see, for example, in GDPR, in data protection, in privacy rights, in Digital Services Act, at the moment at the European Union, and so on. Whereas the EU model and the US model are trying their best to collaborate together. At the beginning of this month, we had the Future of the Internet, for example, conference at the European Commission, and different delegations from the United States and the European Union tried to collaborate to defend the global and multi-stakeholder model of Internet. We see more and more countries that are trying to use this kind of discourse of digital sovereignty for internet shutdowns, for controlling access to the internet, and especially intelligent kind of internet shutdowns. So what we can do, I think maybe things that I'm saying here is obviously within the framework of human rights, freedom of expression, but I think it is also important to notice that the United Nations is also now advocating for freedom of assembly in digitally mediated spaces. So it's about more human rights and more freedoms other than just freedom of expression. And finally, this might seem to be a visionary kind of idea, but I think the private firms and big tech companies have already shown a lot of interest. There's a lot of innovation and technological progress when it comes to free, basic internet access globally. We have seen Meta's Free Basics, we have seen Elon Musk's Starlink, and so on. Obviously, these companies have their own profit-oriented agenda. They have their own ways of dealing with issues of internet access. But I think as an international community, we have shown that there are some areas that the international community can work together. We have seen, for example, that more or less there is free basic vaccination available for all human beings on this planet. And I think if we are thinking about the digital future, then we should think about internet also as a global public good. And in that sense, international organizations can also really develop a kind of infrastructure that is free from governmental interference, in a sense that every human being can have access to at least some sort of connection to the global and free internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Akbari. It's a very different world existing in Iran, and we need to think what we can do. So next speaker is Mr. Charles Mock, the visiting scholar at Cyber Security Center at Stanford University. So Charles, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
You
can
can hear
hear
me,
you
right?
and see you. I
Yep,
can
good.
see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Um, Thank you for having me, Mr. Aida. It's great to follow Professor Akabari's presentation because it's very important, I think, to realize that oftentimes when we think about internet shutdown, we think about the whole network being shut down, but oftentimes it is very related to many different measures of censorship and selective network restrictions. So, like you mentioned, shutting down the mobile network only, or maybe in only a certain part of the country or city, because protest is going on, possibly shutting down certain uh, access to services or technologies or technical infrastructure. For example, certain parts of the HTTP traffic or encrypted DNS and so on, or blocking certain apps, or even in some cases just removing certain apps or functions from the apps, or removing the apps from the app stores. So all these are actually very, very similar to many of the measures that we normally talk about as part of censorship. So to me, internet shutdown is actually the most extreme form of censorship, and that is what we have to keep in mind. Now, Edmund brought up a very interesting question about whether there's any motivation or any possible justification for having an internet shutdown. Now, I personally cannot think of any of these reasons, because if you look at the reality of what has been happening recently or in the past many years, 5, 10 years, of governments shutting down part of the internet in their countries or regions, you never really see that they were doing it because they were under cyber attack or some sort of reasons that Edmund, that you mentioned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we always see that it has to be related to certain popular uprising, people going on the street to protest, or it has to do with elections. And that is how some governments seem to think that that is the easiest way to influence the result or the discourse or the sentiment, or to suppress certain uprising or popular expression of people's opinions. Now, I also want to point out a 2022 report on internet shutdown that was published by the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights, and they concluded that internet shutdowns create significant obstacles that damage economies, democratic processes, and the flow of information, which may erode trust in electoral processes and increase the likelihood of hostilities and violence. So to me, this is almost like I cannot find any justification for doing such a shutdown. But why are governments doing it? I think the biggest reason is that it is easy. They think that it is easy and it can be done uh, as a form of extreme digital repression or censorship in their countries. Now, you do see that some countries do not, even though they are very repressive in the sense of their internet environment, but they don't go with the tactic of internet shutdown. For example, China, because in China, I think is a good example of having a very sophisticated system of censorship and surveillance that they do not need to go to the extreme. And in most cases, they feel that they are already able to control to the satisfaction of the dictators. But of course, there are also still some examples in China where there were regional shutdown, for example, in Xinjiang in 2009 and so on. So in an extreme situation, they may still resort to this form of tactic. So For example, right now there's been significant COVID protests going on in China. I think it remains to be seen whether or not China will take some measures of partial shutdown of the internet in the coming weeks, for example. So that remains to be seen. Now, unfortunately, even as governments are doing it, I mean, what can we do? I think we have to talk about many of these impact of internet shutdowns in a more quantifiable way that will make it easy for policymakers to understand the significance and to do something about it. For example, what are the economic impacts? What are the social impact? I think I think it was a previous speaker that talked about the impact on investment. I think this is very interesting that we have to look further into. And I think also she talked about the technical impact, for example, the rerouting of the traffic, making certain parts of the internet becoming more congested and becoming an issue of affecting the global internet security and resilience. I think these are very quantifiable studies and research that we have to get into and to expose the cost to the world and not just to these countries about internet shutdown. But I also want to talk a little bit about the economic impact. For example, the OECD organization estimated that the 2011 internet shutdown in Egypt actually cost them 90 million US dollars, and that actually does not include what they call secondary economic impact, such as loss of revenues from e-commerce, tourism, and things like that. So the direct cost is already quite high. There are also estimates from some VPN companies, commercial companies, that there is since 2019, the cost on the global economy due to internet shutdowns by government exceed US dollars 35.5 billion US dollars. Another hat that I wear is actually a trustee of the Internet Society, and I could tell you that the Internet Society Lebanon chapter also estimated that the internet shutdown in that country, in Lebanon, also cost them on a daily basis US dollar $10 million. Of course, the interesting reason for their shutdown is actually because of unstable power supply. So that actually echo very much a previous point about the situation in the Ukraine. Now, so I think actually one last point about the economic impact. Internet Society actually just recently put out a study that looked at the cost of internet shutdown on small businesses and especially startups. So they have found that actually for startups in countries with shutdown comparing to the startups in countries without shutdown, actually there is a 90% loss of revenues, causing losses for companies. So it is a very direct impact that we can see on the economy of these countries. Now, finally, what can everybody do? What can civil society do? Unfortunately, we don't have the power to tell, especially many of these more authoritarian governments, what to do and tell them not to shut down the internet. But I think forums like these are very important, that we look at and share these potential issues that we face because of internet shutdowns. Now, government obviously need to discuss about the internet shutdown at a much higher level. I'm very happy to hear that the Japanese government is going to take up this issue next year when they when they take on the. I think Mr. Aida, you said that the Japanese government is going to take on the role of the chairman of the G7. I think it's very important to put it onto the agenda on the discussion of the future of the internet. The United States government just announced yesterday that the Democracy Summit will be held in March of next year. Maybe our next speaker will tell us more about that, and maybe putting these issues about censorship and internet shutdown on the agenda of the discussion over the Declaration of the Freedom of the Future of the Internet. I think it's also I have to say that it's also very ironic that the IGF this year is held in Ethiopia, because of the fact that the Ethiopia, the Tigray region actually has been facing internet shutdown, and unfortunately, United Nations seems to believe that, or at least the IGF seems to believe that it is still all right to hold this event in Ethiopia. Now, I finally want to say that, also, what about companies? I think it might be an interesting idea to explore setting up global standards for behaviors of companies when they face these sort of requests from governments to shut down. Obviously, companies are at a disadvantaged position when governments tell them to do certain things, because according to local laws, they have to follow the laws, or they will be getting into trouble, or maybe their staff will get into trouble. But I think it's still important to develop global standards to face these sort of censorship and shutdown requests, and develop these standards, measure companies' behavior, and so on. We don't want to see the situation, for example, what happened in Myanmar when foreign companies were forced to divest and leave the country, telecommunications companies, I mean, that actually will make it more difficult for the local population to access the free internet. Now, a final point I want to say is that I always think that, maybe we should also call the internet shutdown internet lockdowns, because when I think about, for example, the zero COVID situation right now that we're looking at in China, we see many examples of the lockdown situation actually costing human and social cost. For example, when there's a fire, the firemen don't go and put out the fire because there is a lockdown. When there is a medical emergency, the ambulance do not get sent to those people that need help because there is a lockdown. So I think of internet shutdown in a very similar way. It is just like that the human cost, the human need for communications is shut down. And we can think about, in addition to the political cost and human and so on, also the loss of these kind of basic needs that people have because they need to have the internet for these basic communications requirements. So I think if I look at it this way, internet shutdowns cost is very human, and it's very much a human rights issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Charles. You covered some hint to our government for the next year's discussion, and also you bridged to next speaker. So I invite Nikki Mascati from the Department of State from the U.S. government.
Thank you so much. And I also want to reiterate my thanks to the Japanese government for hosting this session, this incredibly important session. And so happy to hear the news that you will be taking over the G7 presidency for the following year, and that you plan to focus on this issue. I think my other fellow panelists have done a really excellent job of highlighting the impacts, the economic impacts, particularly the costs and the foreign direct investment impacts, the impacts to human rights and freedom of expression, and highlighting some of the specific case studies. So what I'd like to do with the few minutes that I have is perhaps actually focus a little bit about what governments have done and can do, and what we can do as a multi-stakeholder community together. So first, I'll just say that for the United States, the issue of internet shutdowns has increasingly risen to very high levels of attention, and it is not, divorced from the fact that more and more governments are in fact shutting down the internet worldwide. I think Access Now's Keep It On report does a very good job of documenting the rise in internet shutdowns, but not just the rise in the number of countries that are implementing them and the number of times they're implemented, but to Dr. Akbari's explanation, that the targeted sanctions, the smarter sanctions, and we might be seeing a more limited use, but actually impacting specific communities and societies. So I'll talk a little bit about the United States and then broaden that aperture if that works for everybody. But for the United States, even under the former administration, we had already started condemning publicly the use of internet shutdowns, particularly as it impacts freedom of expression online. I think, just to build on some of the conversation that has happened in the chat that I have the advantage of being able to see, but then also that's happened in the room around whether there's a legitimate purpose and a legitimate use of internet shutdowns. I think Mr. Mock did a very good job of answering that, which is in fact, we're getting into a very dangerous territory if we're going to be having a conversation about whether there is an ability or, a reason to legitimately use this blunt instrument. And I think it really goes down to the arguments that governments are using to shut down their internet compared to the actual reason that they're shutting down the internet. So oftentimes, one of the biggest reasons that we hear as a government from another government as to why they've chosen to shut down their internet, whether it be targeted or kind of a blanket shutdown, is often that they're citing a national security concern. But when you dig a little bit deeper, the national security concern is that they want to avoid cheating during their national examinations, which just really kind of begs the question of, is that really a national security concern? But can you, as a sovereign government, tell another sovereign government that's not a national security concern, right? So I do think it's worthwhile for the multi-stakeholder community to spend a little bit of time actually analyzing some of the structural underlying reasons that oftentimes governments will shut down their internet and figure out a way to address those structural issues. I think there was a conversation about how in China, you don't really see them using internet shutdowns because they already have so much control over the information space in their country. But other governments who don't quite have that sense of control either over their information space, they don't feel like they have the correct, police forces to quell any kind of violence that might happen during a protest, will turn to this instrument as a way to try to address all the issues, right? Because they feel like they don't have another tool. And one of the things that we've been thinking about is how to actually think about that structural issue, think about that underlying reason why the shutdown is in fact being implemented in that country. But transitioning back to what we've done in the United States, we have focused quite a bit on the shaping global norms. I think Charles mentioned, the fact that one of the ways that we can actually address this issue from an international standpoint is to create the norm that this is not an acceptable action. This is not an acceptable tool to be using to address, quite frankly, pretty much any issue that might be arising in the information space. As a very active member of the Freedom Online Coalition, which we will take over the chairship for next year, the United States, along with Access Now and Global Network Initiative, created a task force on internet shutdowns. And there's quite a bit of work that we're doing in that task force, developing best practices for governments to engage with other governments that are shutting down the internet, trying to connect that multi-stakeholder community together. The community that actually observes the shutdowns, to the civil society community, to the governments, to the actual telcos, and trying to create those connections and streams of conversations. In addition, within the G7, during the UK's presidency, we in fact pushed the issue of internet shutdowns, and we were so happy to see that reflected both in the digital minister's statement and the foreign minister's statement, and a nod in the leader's statement. And excited to hear that Japan is going to pick that up and move that forward again in the next year. And then finally, I heard a few references to the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. Of course, working together to address internet shutdowns is an aspect of the DFI, and something that For us, you know, it's very important to include that in the DFI to, again, elevate it, to create that global norm that, in fact, we really should not be shutting down the internet. I did want to make a very quick kind of comment and almost sort of an ask, right? As a government that supports the open, interoperable, secure, and reliable internet and the multi-stakeholder internet governance model, for us, you know, what we've seen in our engagements with governments that have shut down the internet is that oftentimes when we cite an economic cost or we cite the human rights impact, when we're having an engagement with a government that is shutting down the internet or is in the middle of an internet shutdown, it doesn't seem to matter to that government when we're citing these costs. And I think quite often it's because, you know, they're using this tool because they're quite desperate, right? For some sort of sense of control, whether that be in the information space, in a physical sort of space. And so I think I would implore, you know, our joint community to think a little bit more about what can we discuss when we're having these conversations? Because quite frankly, you know, again, the thing that they're trying to address isn't really, you know, the reason that's being stated. There's something else underlying there. And how do we create a norm so that this isn't the appropriate use of this tool? And then, you know, Dr. Akbari made a point about the idea about internet as a global public good. I would just say that, you know, there are quite a number of governments in the world that are discussing digital public goods and global public goods. And I think some of those countries are very much rights respecting, and, you know, you don't really see them shutting down the internet. And then a few of them do quite often, and, you know, are the number one country that shuts down the internet around the world. And so how do we have a conversation about having the internet be a global public good in a way that's understood internationally? I think one of the thoughts that I've just personally been thinking about quite a bit is, you know, we describe the internet and access to the internet, freedom of expression online, as a human right or a fundamental freedom. But should we be having a conversation about it being a humanitarian right? Should we have a conversation about it and like moving past that point? Because it's quite obvious that folks should have access to water and food and shelter, but there isn't quite that same conversation happening around the internet. And it's become ubiquitous to society. It's really become part of everything in society. How do we have that? How do we bring those two conversations together? And so I'm going to stop there because I'm realizing we're reaching time, but I really have appreciated this conversation from the panelists. And I look forward to this community continuing to discuss and find solutions to this really blunt instrument.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikki. And I have to apologize. You know, I was so much concentrated on listening to this panelist, and I forgot the time, and forgot my role as moderator. But my intention and the desire was to learn from those experts. So my desire is already fulfilled, but I want to invite the floor to make some questions, and because of the time constraint, maybe I have to limit maybe 2 or 3. So I see 3 hands up. Maybe you, okay, just try. So let me invite these 3 people to make a question.
First, I would like to thank Japan government for facilitating this kinds of open forum. So my question is for the Association of the Operators. So it is obvious that currently half of world population is governed by some kind of authoritarian government. So if we if we do not think some way of delivering this necessarily public goods for those in needs, it is not always an option only to advocate not to shut downs, so those authoritarian government cannot be go away, even for the next 50 years or 100 years, they will be continue, some kind of government. So my question is there any technological advancement, like when a crisis affected community, especially because of war or civil, like Myanmar and other places that are affected by some kinds of authoritarian crisis, to deliver this public good using like satellite technologies. So some kinds of humanitarian civil societies or like even United Nations can deliver this like a food and water will be delivered for those communities. So this access must be also be delivered, but the way of delivering it must be innovative and must be come to this world. So thank you very much. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. So allow me to collect a question first.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sandra Acheng, and I'm from Uganda. I am with Women of Uganda Network. So my question, first of all, goes to Nikki, who talked about creating a task force on internet shutdowns during the Freedom Online Coalition. And the panel really emphasizing about the internet being a global public good. How is the task force that has been created going to ensure that the perspective of women or marginalized and structurally silenced group are going to be included in the discussion of the impact of internet shutdowns? And then I wanted to also talk about some submission on the impact of internet shutdowns. I think it's very important to start looking at the impact of internet shutdowns on the different sustainable development goals, the 17, some or all, which is very important. Also looking at the emphasis on the impact of internet shutdowns on the economic aspect of the country. I think it's also very important to look at what is the impact of internet shutdowns on some of the marginalized or structurally silenced groups. And also, I wanted to also allude to the point about starting to quantify the impact of internet shutdowns. I think one of the aspects is that we need to start thinking about the network measurements, doing training on network measurements on the impact of internet shutdowns, such as ONI, IODA, and of course looking at the Google transparency reports that exist when we talk about quantifying. I think this is very important when we are positioning ourselves in advocacy around the impact of internet shutdowns, looking at both what is the quality, the quantifying and the quantifying and qualifying of the impact of internet shutdowns on human rights in different countries. And of course, I think also it's very important that one of the speakers talked about, I think, creating community networks. So I think it's also very important to start thinking about what are some of the coping strategies when internet shutdowns happen, because that has really been a very big aspect, because when we're talking about internet shutdown, sometimes there is the internet outrage and internet blockage. So when there is an internet outrage, that means that someone is not able to access internet shutdowns totally. For example, for the case of Uganda, we still have Facebook blocked until now since the January 2021 elections, and nothing has been done about that. And you can imagine how much of the impact of internet shutdowns has been created on several sectors in the country. And of course, some of the structurally silenced group or women have been able to leave the platform, and they do not know that you're supposed maybe to use a VPN to be able to access or use Facebook. So those are some of the conversations we need to start having around the impact of internet shutdowns, and of course, positioning ourselves on advocacy on internet shutdowns. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, third gentleman.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Muhammad Yassin from the University of Lille, but I will speak on my capacity as a Sudanese citizen who was former Undersecretary of Federal Governance in the transitional government of Sudan. And when the military coup occurred in Sudan, there was a shutdown imposed on the population, and still it continued to be. There is even today while we are here, there is slowdown because there are people who are going to the streets calling for civil government, while the military are imposing on the private company or the telecommunication company to slow down and shut down. Is there any innovative way? It goes also with my fellow Ethiopian brother. Is there any way that to sanction the companies themselves who submit themselves to the call of the government? Maybe like migrating the subscription from them. If you allow shutdown, we will create another alternative company. So all the subscribers to that company will migrate from you, and we are going to provide them the service. So they will learn, and then they will lose their money in this case, and they were not going to submit. This solution could be thought about like an alternative, in order not to punish only the governments, but also to punish the private sector, who is the operational arm of this shutdown or slow. This is just I don't know if it is visible or not. Like also instead of using the national key for the country, which is plus something, then you use something which is global, which is satellite dependent and doesn't depend on the country's dictatorial system.
And hello, my name is Julia. I'm from Russia and NPO Dialogue. I've got two short questions. Really, you said that you face shutdown because of energy crisis. We also face shutdown, a political one, when Russia finds itself in IT isolation. We don't have plenty of services in Russia, as you know. We also live without corporate software products that are necessary for businesses, and even with blocked Visa and MasterCard, so we can pay by card, for example, here. It's millions of blocked bank transactions. So we are shut down from a global bank system, while almost 70% of Russians are used to pay online. So could we do with that? That's my first question. And the second, the next speaker said from US that internet should be accessible as water. I strongly agree with that, strongly appreciate that. But what if water is poisoned? As you know, in February 22, after the special military operation started, Meta allowed online users to call for violence against Russians. Also, what could we do with that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So because the time is already, so just very quickly.
A form of internet shutdown in parts of the country. And outside of this place, and on Twitter and so on and so forth, one doesn't see the term irony, one sees the term hypocrisy. And the UN is accused of hypocrisy. And there are people legitimately, commenting on, is it right to be meeting here at all? And I'm inclined to the view that as long as we are safe to be able to, in this place, both praise the Ethiopian government for the things that it's doing right and criticize governments for the things that are wrong, then we're not guilty of hypocrisy. Then we're trying to build a society in which things are open. But I think it would be very, very remiss of the IGF as a body, and for people who participate in the IGF, and I think an accusation of hypocrisy might fly, if we don't find ways to hold two seemingly contradictory notions in mind. On the one hand, we can sympathize and understand that people have defensive responses to things, that a government has a responsibility to protect its sovereignty. There's an old Latin expression, salus republica suprema lex, the existence of the state is the supreme law. And that leads governments to doing things. We understand that governments have police officers with guns, but we have to also understand that when governments do things that infringe on global norms, that infringe on human rights, that government should be criticized. So, the United States of America undertakes actions quite often, and there are protests about it. There's action about it. Is it safe, and I'm sure as hell hoping it is safe, for us to criticize the Ethiopian government's conduct in enforcing an internet shutdown? Is it safe to say that Russia's conduct in 2012 already, well before the current situation, of implementing blacklists and internet restrictions inside that country flies against the global norms of an open internet? Because if we can't say that as an IGF, if we cannot, in our participation, create the space where we can say, yes, we understand why governments do this or do that, or we understand that a lot of political things have nuance and complications and so on and so forth. But governments can, we must be able to legitimately criticize the European Union, the European Commission on certain decisions that they've made in response to certain things and so on and so forth. Because if we can't have that criticism, we can't have an informed and engaged debate after the fact. We need to be able to say, we understand why you did that at the time, or based on the information that you took that decision. But I'm quite concerned, and what I'd like to ask the panelists, maybe just the ones who aren't in the room, but possibly the ones in the room, is, are we in a position where we're prepared to say that it is right and proper for an organization like the IGF and for events like the IGF to say, yes, we understand why governments do things and why every government commits crimes at certain points in time, every government violates human rights at some point in time, but that when governments do that, it is the duty of the internet community and people in the internet community to criticize them. And so my question is, does anybody else share that sense from the panel? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So first, I would like to invite Marit and then Nikki to respond to some of the questions, and I will ask all the panelists to respond more.
Yeah, so I think in the discussion we already, from the operator's point of view, operators being kind of the if you like, the instrument in an unintended way, even to do the shutdowns or partial or full shutdowns. And how to avoid it or how to get around it. It's a tricky question, and I'm now having to resort back to the European context, because in Europe, at least, operators are a very regulated sector. So you need to have a license to be an operator. You need to have a license to have spectrum to actually provide connectivity services. And the licenses don't come from the skies, they come from the government. So if the government then basically tells you that now you've got to shut down this and that because I just introduced a new law and it says that, this is what we're going to do, the operator, if they want to be a compliant company and out of trouble, they most likely will be doing what the government law says and etc. because they have the license and they have been given this right. Now, are there any ways around it in a crisis scenario? Well, I don't know. Somebody mentioned community networks before. I think as something that might work. Depends, I guess, on circumstances. Satellites might be something. I think we've seen that working out in crisis situations before. So there might be ways. But certainly, I don't think that when an operator under a certain jurisdiction, they've in good faith entered the market, maybe with the risk assessment saying like, well, this is a risky market, but as you said, we need internet services to be serving all people and many people, so we want to launch services here. But then if there is a government order, you cannot really blame the operator for doing that because they are just doing what is the law in that country. And I guess the other option then is not to accept that law and shut down your business and leave that country, which doesn't really help the position of the regular citizen either. So sorry for not bringing you maybe the answers you wanted to hear, but that's the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there Nikki still online?
Yes, I'm on, and I will have to jump off right after this, but I did want to come to the question around representation of, I guess I should say, an inclusive representation on the Freedom Online Coalition's task force on internet shutdown. So that's something that's very much a priority, I would say, for the whole Freedom Online Coalition. In addition to this task force on shutdowns, there's also a task force on digital equality. And one of the mandates is that, in fact, all of the different task forces have an eye for making sure that the work that is done is equitable. It emphasizes diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion. And so this is very much on our radar and something that the task force is thinking about in any type of engagement, and it's focused on also the impact to the marginalized communities. Thankfully, we actually also have expanded the aperture, so the task force includes members outside of the actual Freedom Online Coalition. In terms of, we've invited the measurement community, so like Uni and IOTA and some of the other members have joined and are actually helping to make those connections in the task force. And I think the sort of last point I want to just say is that, I think the conversation around the hosting of IGF in Ethiopia is a rich one. And I appreciate the comments. We understand that under the terms of the cessation of hostilities, they committed to, the government of Ethiopia is committed to expedite and coordinate restoration of essential services in the Tigray region. We understand that restoration is underway for some basic services, and we call on the Ethiopian government to expedite the resumption of internet access in conflicted areas. So I just wanted to be very clear about the position that we've taken on this, and I believe that many other governments that are participating in IGF have a similar position. But with that, I will leave you all. Thank you so much for having me as a panelist. I leave you in the good hands of my other panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. So I ask other three panelists if you have anything to respond or to say at. Should I?
Sure. Just briefly, I guess I threw out the question on whether there are any legitimate reasons to do shutdown, and I'm actually quite pleased to hear my fellow panelists remind us all that probably not. And that's probably the right answer. But I want to add a couple things. So besides the community network, I think it's an important response in terms of resilience. I think also, issues like shutdown of certain services like Twitter or Facebook actually really should be mitigated better by civil society embracing more of a kind of federated social media. Let's get out of these big platforms and go to a federated social media approach. Then it's much harder to shut down a federated social media network rather than a centralized platform. So I'll throw that out for your thoughts as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What about Charles or Professor Akbari?
Yes, I'll just have a quick a comment, and then I also have to leave. But I think a couple points about the question about this use of satellite and low Earth orbit satellite. The unfortunate fact is that I think the technology is not quite ready for all kinds of different use, because typically, if you are in a situation where a country is trying to enforce censorship in that country, they would probably not release or allow these downlink equipments to be imported to those countries. So I would have to say that, for example, the situation in Ukraine is very, very different from the situation in Iran, because the Ukrainian government obviously would welcome such equipment to be imported, but not the Iranian government. So I think it is not a magic bullet. The technology must be made more easily accessible to people without having, the kind of downlink equipment that is currently required. And one final point about the question about from the Russian audience, I think sanctions on about an illegal war is very different from an intergovernmental decision, including many discussion and votes in the United Nations about a certain event, about a war, and we have to say that it's very different from what the decision of a government itself to shut down its own internet. These are two different things, so I don't think we can mix them up. And and we have to refer to also the fact that even when the Ukrainian government requests for a shutdown of the .ru domain, for example, of Russia, that was not taken up by the global internet community or most of the governments around the world, or the other major governments around the world that are opposed to the illegal war. So I think that is a testament to the fact that, just don't mix up these two different things.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Professor Akbari there?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to also make a very short comment because I also have to leave, unfortunately. I think somebody from JICA also mentioned in the comments, and I really agree with that, to understand that internet shutdowns, when we are talking about internet shutdowns, we are not talking about internet shutdowns that are happening for technical reasons or so on. We are talking, at least I was talking about internet shutdowns as a way of censorship, control, and surveillance. And in that context, I think it is important to understand that this is a method being used especially in countries, in authoritarian countries, that they have a very bad record of human rights violations. So that's a very different discussion when we talk about internet shutdowns in that context, compared to, for example, internet shutdowns that happen because of cybersecurity. And unfortunately, in those contexts, what we see is, as I was trying to say, digital sovereignty is a lot of, you have a lot of excuses, I would say, protecting the family values, protecting the cybersecurity, and so on. These excuses are being used sort of structurally in a way to curb access to the global internet and control the free flow of information. So the political context of the internet shutdown plays a very important role, how we understand and how we formulate any kind of encounter, any kind of policy regulation, any kind of norm development when we talk about internet shutdowns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So time is pretty much over, and I have to apologize if any inconvenience to audience. And so at the end, thank you very much for the discussion, and also thank you very much for the questions. And I think we had a very productive discussion, and at the end, whatever evaluation or argument we have, we are very grateful for the Ethiopian government and the people's initiative to host IGF this year. So thank you very much for the discussion, and the session is over.